Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight are a bunch of people who muted themselves right before. That's Greenline. There you go.
Greenline, who is currently stuffing his face. Hello.
Oh, I like to do that on stream too. Also, Randy's here.
Hello.
Vodna may or may not actually be here. Reese is not here at the moment, but he will be soon. And then joining me from my laptop is the doc. All right.
And the wonderful thumbnail.
Yes. I left this one as the actual screenshot. I don't know if you guys noticed, but hold on. Let me upload it as a thing I can click on. He said while scrolling right past the thing that would let him do that. I don't know if you guys noticed. God damn it.
I noticed the thumbnail. It looked
I don't know if you guys know.
Trump-defied.
Yeah. So we noticed that Jean basically had Trump's hair. So I made this. And we titled it, "If I'm elected, the Titans will pay for the wall." Too bad Reese wasn't here to be able to see that because he's the one who came up with that gag. All right. Anyway, show must go on. This is a great start with all the
sacrifices will have to be made.
I gotta fix the doc. It still has the Vic stuff in the template. All right. Apparently, it's still Easter. If you guys want to support the OCA podcast, I heavily endorse the idea of reaching into your wallet and pulling out as much cash as you can responsibly give us and giving it to us. In order for us to reach the black by 2030, we need to earn $103.38 per month. But if it just so happened we got a huge donation, that number would certainly go down monthly. So consider that if you're feeling generous. Currently, we need to still earn $67.46 before the end of April, which ain't that many more days, bro. So that's where you guys can ensure that we get fully in the black by 2030. You guys can also directly donate at ocapodcast.com/support, either monthly or even just once if you want. Then there's also the OCA Podcast Patreon. That'll charge you monthly. The Anime Collector Patreon, which will not charge you. And there is, I actually haven't checked. I'm guessing, still down on Subscribestar. Also, there's a Ko-fi. You can pay us here too. And then you can buy yourself a Tenga with all the money you saved, not donating to us, you bastards. Anyway, back to reality here. Let's bring it down for a minute and talk about a serious topic here. Tokyo government has been ordered to search for the biological parents of a 67-year-old man switched at birth. Now, when I first read that, I couldn't help but picture a Japanese version of Robin Williams in the movie Jack and picturing him accidentally swapped with a newborn baby at birth. Right? That's the movie where he ages really fast, right? By the time he's an 8-year-old boy, he looks like a 30-year-old man. Okay. Anyway.
No, he doesn't age really fast. He makes a wish to become no, I'm thinking of the Tom Hanks movie. Never mind.
Big?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, that joke didn't land.
I guess I haven't watched Jack then.
Let's move right past that. All right. So, 4-year lawsuit comes to an end as court dismisses privacy concerns. Tokyo resident Satoshi Igura turned 67 this month. And while it's natural to spend some time on your birthday thinking back on your life so far, Igura most likely looked back even further than most people do, to the very first few days after he was born. Igura probably, was born at Sumida Maternity Hospital in Tokyo's Sumida Ward in 1948. As he grew up, though, It became noticeable that there was no visible family resemblance between him and his parents. He didn't get along with his father either, with their relationship so strained that he left home and started working and living in a dry cleaner shop at the age of 14. Eventually, Agura and his father patched things up to the extent that he began communicating with his parents again as an adult. At some point, the topic of blood types came up, and Agura, who's type A, learned that his mother was type B and his father type O. If you remember your genetics lessons from high school science class, that combination shouldn't sit right with you.
That's not possible.
A child's blood type is determined by the genes they get from their parents, one from the father and one from the mother. My two genes. Since each parent has two genes of their own, there's an element of randomization in the process, but some possibilities can be ruled out. A person can only have blood type O if they have a pair of matching O genes and will always pass an O gene to their child. Meanwhile, a person with blood type B has either two matching B genes or both a B or an O gene, meaning they'll pass either a B or an O gene to their child. And I'm guessing because O is the universal, like every blood type can pass on O or something like that. I think.
Sounds right. I don't know. I'm not a.
Remember correctly. I think O is the original blood type, and A and B are mutations of O. So you can pass on O. I might be speaking out of my ass here. I don't know. But you can pass on O, but you can't pass on A unless you're A. You can't pass on B unless you're B. I'm A negative. My wife is O positive. My son, I think, is also O positive, and my daughter's A positive. So
It's
How'd
weird
that
that they.
happen?
well, she got the positive from my wife and the A for me.
I guess I missed the first half of your explanation. What's up?
Blood types.
Guy found out that his parents weren't his parents at the age of 65. Based on his
67.
blood type.
Yeah.
Oh, 67.
He was switched at birth 67 years ago.
It's
Damn.
weird because Japan is like, they take the blood type stuff seriously.
Yes.
Where it's like astro, like our constellation thing, right? Like it would be like, oh, I'm a Libra. Like everyone knows their blood type, so it's odd that he made it to 67 without putting that all together.
Yeah. For sure. I don't think it's as, discussed with your parents. You know what I mean? Like, oh,
I mean,
Cloud, Strife, and I share the same blood type. Cool. Right? Like,
but it was.
Mom, are you Sephiroth's blood type? Like
If it's like astrology, right? And you're like, well, like I've had a conversation with my parents, like, oh, what sign am I? Oh, you're this sign. Oh, what sign are you? You're this sign. Like,
Yeah.
So if it's talked like that, I would be like going to my and I would expect them to during school to have like a health exam or something and then be told like, okay, here's your blood type, and then you go home and you'd say, oh, Mom, like I'm blood type A. That means I'm like super powerful person. I don't know. What blood type are you? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. This seems like a normal conversation if it's treated like astrology here.
Yeah. And to be honest, it is kind of treated like astrology in Japan. So
that's what I'm saying.
You're right on the money there. Anyway, where was I? From that, we can determine that Agura definitely should have gotten an O gene from his father and either a B or an O from his mother. Two matching O genes would have given him blood type O, and a combination of B and O would have given him blood type B, since the B gene is dominant and the O gene is recessive. But there's no possible combination of genes that Agura could have gotten from his parents that would result in his blood type being A. I mean, there is, but it means that one of his parents is a whore.
Yeah.
And I think you can guess which.
His father.
The only possible explanation is that Igura's genes came from someone other than the couple who raised him, which he confirmed by having a DNA test in 2004. 2004. 21 years ago.
So he wasn't 67 then. Or is he now like 80?
Right? With the doctor telling him there is not a single drop of shared blood between you and your parents. Damn. Can you imagine?
Shit.
It's like, so what's wrong, Doc? How did I get so messed up? Don't worry, my mom's here. I can take it. Well, Timmy, that ain't your mom.
Search your feelings, you know it to be true.
Well, Timmy, I wish I could tell you while your mother was present. What do you mean, Mom? What do you mean, Doc? She's right here. All right. It turns out that Igura was switched at birth before leaving the hospital. Since learning that startling fact, he's been trying to find his birth parents, but to no avail. Investigating the matter on his own failed to yield any results, with the difficulty compounded by the fact that Sumida Maternity Hospital closed down in 1988. Leave no evidence. Where was I? However, since it was a municipal hospital, Igura believes the Tokyo Metropolitan Government is obligated to make amends, and he filed a lawsuit in 2021 suing the city for cooperation in determining who his birth parents are. During the trial, Igura contested that the city-run hospital had committed a grievous error that threw his life into disarray. But the city countered that it had no obligation to carry out an investigation, since ostensibly no one went home from the hospital without having given birth to a baby. Okay, I thought this was the argument. I thought they were going to finish up with the argument that the government was giving us. I thought they were going to say, listen, you don't get to complain. You had a baby. You got to take a baby home. We're done. Like,
contract over. I feel like it would be relatively simple to just like search people who were born that day.
Same week. Yeah.
In that hospital. Like,
I am not talking about Benjamin Buttons with Brad Pitt. Although Watch Party When, I haven't seen it yet. I'm talking about Jack, the Robin Williams movie, where the kids find a Playboy, and it gets real weird. Because one of the kids is a 30-year-old man. Hello, Fal. How you doing? I swear I saw that blood type in a recent murder mystery anime. The murder had something to do with the father not being blood related to his son. My favorite blood thing was, I think, in an episode of Law & Order SVU, this guy cut open his arm and slid a sample of blood into his arm so that when the police came in order to take his blood to rule him out as a suspect or whatever, he rolled up his sleeve right up to his arm where the incision was, and then he put the needle in and drew his own blood right in front of him because he was a medical doctor, and gave them a sample of somebody else's blood as a means of getting out of the fact that he actually raped the woman or whatever. That was such a good episode.
Ricky.
That Law & Order thing is a true story? Damn, dude. You were on it with that response, too. Okay. Since ostensibly no one went home from the hospital without having given birth to a baby, searching for Igura's birth parents would, by necessity, involve looking for another set of parents and child without any blood relation, which the city said would constitute a violation of their privacy. They were also people who tried it during COVID. Oh yeah, yeah, to hide their symptoms or whatever. And yeah, look, I'm not COVID positive. Take my blood or whatever. On Monday, though, the Tokyo District Court rejected the city's position and rendered a verdict in favor of Agura, saying that the municipal government must carry out an investigation and report the results to him. The city is ordered to search family registries and birth records to determine possible couples who could be Agura's biological parents, then seek DNA testing for confirmation. Dude, imagine that you find who your real parents are, and the year prior they died in a car accident, but their kid is still alive. So all you get out of doing all this hard work is reuniting a kid who just lost his parents with his real parents, right? I guess a 67-year-old man, but you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that would suck.
And seek the NHS for confirmation. However, neither the court nor the metropolitan government can force the individuals who are approached to comply with testing. While leaving citizens the right to reject the request was a key factor in dismissing the government's privacy concerns, it also means that there's a possible scenario in which Agura's birth parents are located, but their relationship is never confirmed. Still, Agura sounded hopeful after the verdict, saying, quote, "I am deeply grateful to the court for granting my request, and I hope the city will not appeal the decision and begin the investigation as soon as possible." Yeah, you'll know in about 200 years, you know. Agura's sense of urgency is understandable. The father who raised him passed away 10 years ago. Wow. And with his birth parents being ostensibly of similarly advanced age, there may not be that large of a window of time in which to find and connect with them. Agura also wants to know if he has siblings, but it turns out it's his wife, but his desire to find his birth parents goes beyond just his own personal circumstances. Quote, "I have nothing but gratitude to the mother who raised me," he says, and hopes that in tracking down his birth parents, he'll also be able to let her meet her birth child for the first time. Oh, his mother. The mother who raised him would meet her birth child, yeah. God, that'd be a real fucking trip after 67 years. Find out the kid that you raised is not yours, and you have to like have that awkward conversation and whatnot. JT Vegas says blood-related hentai. Wincest, for sure. A shocking amount of Law & Order SVU plots are based on real events. Yeah. When I was in college, I remember hearing that they would create episodes of SVU and Law & Order in general as a means of creating tough ethical questions that law students would need to deal with. And they would actually watch specific episodes in law school in order to prepare them for real world dilemmas they're going to run into where things aren't black and white, and it's difficult to understand, where you need to go with things.
Yeah,
right?
sometimes they're Asian.
Not often, but true.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I feel like that's even more true today because online you see it everywhere where it's either black or white. There is no gray area of.
Fowl says they used fake veins to get the jab. Legends. I still wouldn't put that shit anywhere near my body, though. I remember SVU episode of a guy had DNA of Chimera. Oh. Starring that for later.
The one I remember that was like super cringe was the one where they go into like VR and
yeah.
That
was like
cringe.
2-3 years ago where they had like the girl gets raped in VR or whatever.
It was I feel like it was longer ago than 2-3 years ago, but
they name drop Gamergate.
Yeah,
in that
they
episode.
mentioned Gamergate.
Yeah, I remember which one you're talking about. I stopped watching that show when Trump got elected. It went off the fucking rails, crazy, insane. There's one episode just before that where Olivia, so she befriends a guy who tries to help them take down pedophiles. But it turns out that what he's doing is hacking into their computers and planting child porn as a means for the cops to then find it and have a reason to lock them up. And she is literally dating this guy. And then there's the part of the thing where she like strong arms him onto the bed and like as like a like subduing him thing. And it is the cringest like grab the throat and like push you onto the bed and I land on top of you. And the camera is positioned in such a way that we land in frame in a very staged way. And it was just like the most cringe fucking thing I've ever seen in that show. And I honestly gave it up for a while after that. It was so cringe. Also, Southland was coming out around that time. And that show was fucking awesome in the first season. And then the second season is all downhill. Anyway, all right, back to what are we doing here? Oh yeah, pickups. Let us do our pickups. Is Reese available? I have pickups that Reese sent me. Okay,
I say you show them and that he gets to watch the VOD.
Well,
he gets to get cucked.
I will start without them. Then we'll do, Greenline. If you have yours, we could do yours first. If you have any,
I sadly do not. Otherwise,
okay.
I'd.
So we'll start with mine. We'll go through the Discord, and then we'll come back and do the ones if Reese gets in here. In the meantime, how about that? Okay. So first things first. I forgot I ordered these. Full screen me. What am I doing? These were $150, and I was
combined or individual?
Together, right?
Ouch! Yeah, 150 together, and I guess it was because like the actual individual cost of them is half of that, But I was like, "Fuck, man, what?" $75.
What about two? Did you get two?
Or
do you already have two?
I don't
Sonic
know.
2?
Well,
I assume the first one is
I
Sonic
think I
and...
have two. I just
no,
bought
they're both
these.
Sonic 3.
These are both Sonic 3.
Okay, I assumed it was Sonic 1
so
and 3.
this is the Sonic 3 with Sonic Steelbook and the Sonic 3 with Shadow Steelbook.
Okay.
I watched it with my kids last night. That's why I'm tired, because I did not get a lot of sleep.
Was it worth buying 2 copies in Steelbook of it?
It's the first 4K I ever actually watched the 4K of on my PS5. I don't know if it could tell if it looked any better or not, but because the TV's not a 4K, whatever. But I'll just say,
yeah, you're gonna have some problems then.
Yeah.
I guess the biggest revelation for me about it was that the angels that delivered the script to Jim Carrey wasted an ounce of gold ink on this. Right? The dance scene you brought up, Randy. Wow. First of all, the amount of like pop culture songs just out of fucking nowhere and having no relevance whatsoever was mega cringe. I don't know. My daughter lost her shit right as the end credits were about to start with the reveal. Oh my God. Like, I didn't think I was going to get her to sleep at all last night after those end credits. I was like, fuck.
Because it was scary?
No, because her favorite character made an appearance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I also...
Biggs the cat?
Yes. I also picked up Claire. This was pre-ordered ages ago. Clair Obscur Expedition 33. And I bet you can't guess how the second thing I pre-ordered from Amazon went.
Oh no.
Love buying that shit from them, right? So my wife is actually probably going to play that. In fact, I should probably just open it.
It's been getting some really good reviews.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to talk about it tonight.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm gonna open it up and put it on here in case my wife wants to play it, because it'll take some time to download. And secretly, it will give Reese just a little bit more time to get his ass in here. I gotta turn on this TV real quick.
Yeah, wasn't that a game that Xbox or someone showcased in like a reel of upcoming games? And I thought like, maybe
That's the wrong
something
button.
okay with some of it.
Um,
And then I just
maybe.
forgot about it.
Okay.
It is an Xbox Game Pass game, but it is also on PlayStation. from my
Yeah,
understanding.
but I mean, you know how companies have like, oh, we have the marketing, whatever. Like we get to market it, so it's like you have the games that are like, oh, only on PS4. Well, it
Okay.
doesn't say only on; it just only shows PS4.
Can't
as,
connect
like,
to your
where you
network.
can get
That's a good sign.
It might
Sure,
be
that's gonna
only
be able to
physical
download.
on PS4. I'm not positive, or a PS5 or whatever.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if there's a physical Xbox version, even though
That would
there's
be
an
hilarious.
Xbox Game Pass version.
All right, cool. So now, do you guys remember how we went to how we looked at those glow in the dark slip covers from Walmart?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went to Walmart, and guess what?
Yeah.
Had
I
some?
have never seen a glow in the dark slipcover in my entire life, young man. So they didn't have any. But that didn't stop me from wasting a bunch of money buying hold on. The Boy and the Heron on Steelbook.
Could have sworn you already own that, but
Can't remember. The
Wow.
Ring on Steelbook 4K. Probably already own this as well. The limited edition Steelbook of the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Is that a cover that you actually like would want as a fan?
Yes. Akira 4K Steelbook. And Spy Family movie Steelbook. But I don't take. I've never seen a glow in the dark Steelbook, young man, lightly. So I told on them by going to Walmart.com.
Customer service people usually don't know what's going on.
Wow, it's just as mangled as it was in the picture on Twitter. Wow, love that. Ah, so happy.
Glow, die, repeat.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what I was expecting. Anyway, that's wonderful. Can't wait to have to go to another Walmart so I can be like, what the fuck is this? You know, like bring that in.
Then they'll
All right.
say, "Sir, that is a glow in the dark
That
thing.
doesn't
Haven't you seen
exist.
them?"
Yeah. All right. Let's look at Steelbook. Yes, for those. That's why they're so expensive. Yes, it was. Oh, Legend got released on Blu-ray, huh? Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is game of the year for me at this point. Oh, that's cool. Can't wait. Only 17.18 gigabytes. I think I'll be able to make it too. Dude, I spent fucking an hour and a half trying. I downloaded, even though I own them twice, I downloaded Sonic because I didn't want to open the Steelbooks at this stage. You know, I wanted my bookcases and my backdrop and everything. That didn't fucking happen. So I tried to put it on a memory stick and stick it in the PS5. For absolutely just kill me over it. Oh my god, it was such a pain in the ass. Eventually I gave up because I could not figure out how to browse the drive. Turns out it's because the drive was was formatted for Mac, right, and not for PS5 or whatever. God, I spent an eternity trying to get that to work. That's why I'm so tired today. We didn't start the movie till way late. Anyway, one of the worst scratched anime DVD I ever bought was loose, sealed in the packaging. The spindle tore the DVD up. Yep, I hate that shit. But I spread the word. I think Oblivion Remaster stole the thunder. Oh, yeah, man, we've been there. I mean, I'm fucking livid about this. I'm going to see if I can get that on Amazon and do the Patreon exclusive anime collector tip that doesn't exist. Anyway, let's go into here. So, Enriv, you picked up Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics and Bleach Rebirth of Souls. Nice.
Cap.
Danny picked up Case Closed, Zero the Enforcer, Black Clover Season 3, The Crimson Love Letter, and Episode 1. I'm so sorry for you. I know that you watch the show in Japanese, so it's probably better. Like, who fucking cares what the dub sounds like? But I could not watch that shit. Also, I noticed that your 12 and 13 are a completely different size than your 10, 11 here for Golden Kamuy. Is that like these are the American release and these are the South Africa slightly smaller paper standards release or something? Oh, and then One Piece, number 13 and 14 collection. And then Enriv picked up Flame of Recca, Watch Club 1.
Did he buy that from Discotech directly? Because it's not supposed to be out until, like, what is it, May?
This isn't out? I feel like this has been out for years.
The re-release?
The show's been out for years, but the SD Blu-ray just got announced this year. Don't you remember?
No, I thought they had already announced it because when I saw it as SDBD,
I'm pretty sure it was the one that Urutsuki Doji was announced, where we were all disappointed by virtually everything.
I like Flame of Recca. I remember.
Yeah, I mean it's okay that
it.
it's a re-release, but we're looking for spicy new IP.
Is this Densha de Go 64? Is that what that is? Huh. You'll have to tell me what that game is like, because quite frankly, I've never heard of it. Anyway, I guess I couldn't stall enough for Reese, he said while planning to message Reese. Reese, are you getting your ass in here? Train driving game. Ooh, nice. Okay. Yeah, Densha de Go. Sometimes I'd get lucky and the DVD wouldn't be too scratched up. One rare instance, the DVD was loose but somehow didn't get scratched. Yep, it happens sometimes. He says, I pre-ordered Flame of Recca for Media OCD Store. Nice. And it just arrived really early.
That explains it.
Where did I get that Kirby car plushie? I think I picked it up at Anime Expo last year. I want to say so, yeah. And I call it the Carby, right? I think that might actually be what it's called. Which I think is funny because in Japanese, Kirby is Kabi, right? So, all right. I'm going to hold off on my pickups from Reese. That's okay. I had a ton of pickups, right? He didn't get back to me. It means he's dead. We have to honor him. All right, anyway. Oh,
yeah, wait, did you buy a bunch of Switch shit from him? Is that what that is?
No, I thought that. Well, actually, I think it is. I think it is some Switch stuff, but it's not the thing I thought it was.
Wouldn't that be funny if he bought all those games he never played and just put them on to you?
I don't know. I'll wait till next podcast when I won't have any pickups. Okay, here we go. All right, let's get into the real topic here. So one of the biggest names in anime is quietly supporting a legal push to cut off internet access for piracy. Imagine losing your internet connection, not by court order, but because your ISP received a complaint that you might have streamed an anime episode illegally. That scenario is closer than it seems, and a major legal fight could bring it into reality, especially for anime fans who've ever clicked on an unofficial stream or download. The battle centers on a lawsuit from music giants like Universal Music Group and Capitol Records. Their target? Grande Communications, a Texas-based internet provider. The issue? Whether ISPs should be forced to disconnect users if they receive repeated piracy claims. Okay, so I just want to start by saying, I've been talking about this for fucking ever. Internet ID is what every corporation wants to enact. They want you to see the internet as a privilege, not a right, not a place for which your voice should be heard and expressed. And so they're going to lobby, which the government already wants this, right? So they're going to lobby to try to push through Internet ID, because then online anonymity no longer exists. Anti-government dissenting voices will be trackable and therefore remain quiet and not recruit or, grassroots sentiment against government overreach and whatnot, because you're going to get disappeared, This is where ultimately this goes, because in order to kick somebody off the internet, you have to revoke their ID. No more internet access to that guy, It might sound like a music industry concern, but the consequences could hit anime fans directly. ISPs may no longer be neutral. UMG and its partners claimed Grande ignored repeated piracy complaints and refused to terminate users who allegedly violated copyright law. Imagine getting a copyright claim from Netflix because you critiqued moments from Devil May Cry, and then you don't have access to the internet anymore. And your online business goes down the shitter, and you don't host your podcast anymore. All because Adi Shankar can't take a fucking joke. They're calling it contributory copyright infringement, meaning that Grande allegedly allowed piracy to happen by not responding. Grande's defense? They're a neutral provider. They argue they only deliver internet service and shouldn't be held accountable for what individual users do. Yeah, that's kind of a big part of internet, right? Like, imagine you have to go to court because somebody used the internet to access the dark web, to access child porn, right? Their case questions whether ISPs should be forced to investigate and act on piracy reports. And it's raising alarm bells for anyone who watches content online. So the thing I love the most about this is, imagine that Crunchyroll, for example, gets your ability to access the internet revoked because you watched a video on YouTube, part 27 of Naruto or some shit, right? Episode 4, part 27, right? Now you're in the future and they only do streaming. They don't even have physical media. You literally cannot be their customer anymore. You know what I mean? Like, eventually you ban everybody from the internet. It happens enough times that people will just go ahead and invent their own internet, right? Or you run out of customers because you've banned everybody. Music and anime are deeply connected. Anime is full of copyrighted soundtracks, opening themes, and background scores, and some of the companies involved in this debate have strong links to anime itself. Sony Music, for example, owns Aniplex, a key anime production studio, and Crunchyroll, one of the largest anime streaming services. While Sony isn't part of this particular lawsuit, they have publicly supported harsher piracy policies, including suspending internet access. If this case changes the law, anime fans may be next in line. That includes those who stream unlicensed episodes, read scanned manga, or use file sharing platforms. Grande is taking this fight to the U.S. Supreme Court. Oh, dear God. Here it comes, everyone. They're asking whether ISPs should be punished simply for not cutting users off after receiving piracy notices. Their argument covers several major points. Verifying copyright claims isn't easy or accurate. Shared connections, like households or dorms, complicate identifying who actually committed the infringement. Terminating internet access can seriously disrupt lives, affecting remote work, online education, and even healthcare. Grande says copyright holders should pursue infringers directly, not shift that responsibility to ISPs. They also argue that lawsuits targeting users already exist and should be the first option, not cutting off someone's access to a basic utility. Sorry, one second. He said turning off his torrents he remembered are still on. I mean, what?
Judas.
Can't have that bandwidth get sucked up. Okay. Safe harbor at risk. The lawsuit also challenges protections under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, a law from 1998. The DMCA allows ISPs to avoid liability if they have a policy for dealing with repeat infringers. UMG's claim is that Grande ignored this requirement. According to them, Grande didn't suspend users even after many complaints. The court accepted that argument, ruling against Grande and awarding significant damages. Now, Grande says this decision creates legal uncertainty and conflicts with previous rulings from other courts. They're asking the Supreme Court to step in and settle it. If the court sides with the labels, it might lead to a major change in how internet access works. ISPs could start cutting off users based on unproven complaints. That includes people watching unlicensed anime episodes or reading manga online without permission. There's also a larger concern. What happens to your rights if you're wrongly accused? How can you challenge a claim before losing access? Right now, those questions don't have clear answers. This case could mark the beginning of stricter enforcement, not just for music, but for all digital media, including anime and manga. We're waiting to see if the Supreme Court will hear the case. Their decision could reshape copyright enforcement for years to come. Whether they take it or not, the outcome could affect millions of people and possibly encourage other entertainment companies to follow suit. Fuck, man. Nothing about this is going to go well. There's just no good answer here, for it to go to the
there is a
Supreme Court.
good answer. Supreme Court says get fucked. And to the
Supreme Court is not going to fucking do that after the last couple of rulings.
I don't know. If they could say like, well, the law is that you have to have a plan. They have a plan, and we can't force them to terminate. And their plan is like a 1-day suspension. That's validates the law, and we can't force them to suspend service.
Mm-hmm.
Then that would be good. But they have been putting out some less than thriller decisions lately, so who knows?
Yeah. So Old Man says, most scratches are from used games and movies not being handled properly. I've gone to people's homes and the discs are on an end table being used like a coaster. Unkono says, I only need one more volume for Master Keaton. Bro, it's going to be a fun ride. Adobe copy-stricken Brian Lunduke twice for reporting on them. One of his videos was just his face reporting the news. Yeah, fuck, man. The companies abuse the shit out of DMCA. So I want to see that go to court. I want to see the court have to rule on improper use of DMCA. Because like YouTube claims, if it's abused, we revoke the access to the people doing it. It's like, Yeah, but after how much damage? Because quite frankly, most people that they're copyright claiming are too scared to go up against, these companies because they don't realize that the company's in the wrong and that they're abusing their power. You know what I mean? Sony owns Crunchyroll. We are screwed with this court. They are very pro-corporation establishment. Although Stan says the Supreme Court is probably not going to take this case. So, I mean, I guess that is a possibility. Although the Supreme Court has this lovely habit of refusing to take a case until long after it means anything and then ruling on it randomly when you least expect it. Like when they ruled about taxation of online sales being up to the states or whatever. They finally fucking opened their goddamn mouth about it and left the status quo exactly where it had been. Like, thanks for fucking ruling on it.
Well,
so
if they...
Good.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so glad that you've fucked up no tax outside of Iowa for me from Right Stuff.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, if they do refuse to take up the case, then the lower court's standing will stay where ruling against the internet company, right? So
yeah.
We would prefer them not. We would prefer them to take up the case.
Well, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a lose-lose either way, but we'll see.
Well, I mean, it's a definite lose if they don't take up the case.
Yeah. Val says the drives scratch the disk on their own. Then Luke had resources, thankfully. Yeah, regarding the Adobe situation. Yep, that's wonderful. I also have discs. I love them. As it can never be sold. Okay, I guess. All right. So anyway, you guys have anything more you want to say about this before we move past to the next topic?
Nope.
Cool. We'll keep an eye on it. And see
Not
where it
really.
goes. I will say, apologies. Tomorrow's my son's birthday. My entire family has strep throat. And according to how I feel right now, I am now a part of that entire family with strep throat.
Well, that's a nice gift.
I am feeling horrible. However, I do have something else to tell you. And that is, Reese, get your ass in here. Seed of Nostalgia now has a physical reward tier. So if you guys are interested in this, again, this is that game. Looks pretty.
Your microphone cut out completely while you're playing that.
I'm so sorry. Anyway, it looks pretty fun. Yeah, anyway. Setting all aside, it has a physical tier if you guys want to get it. It's only $80 because it's $68 plus $12 shipping to the US. So it's pretty steep, but it does exist now as a physical tier. You can also get it for PS5 or Xbox. No, there's no Xbox physical. There's PS5 or there's the retro edition style case. No, from what I understand, it is not a key card. It says on it, get a copy of the limited edition Switch Standard Edition, including a double-sided art slip, full-color booklet, hand-painted slipcase, a custom challenge card, and a custom dog tag that is only available during this pre-order window. Also includes a digital OST, digital retro mini guide, beta demo access for PC, and the art and wallpaper pack. I guess it doesn't really tell you. But I'm pretty sure it's not a Switch 2 game. Not that makes a huge difference. But I'm pretty sure it is good.
If it's not a Switch 2 game, it won't be an official keycard game. It could be an unofficial keycard game where it's like you get a physical copy, but you need to still download it. But the official keycards are only a Switch 2 thing. So.
That's interesting. On the side of the PS5 one, what does this say? PE? PC? Is that the beta demo access PC? Is that what that is? Yeah. Oh, maybe maybe that's the name of the company. Pixel something, right? That's what they are. PP? Primitive Pixels? I don't fucking know. Anyway, that's the thing. We've got 9 days left on it. So if you guys wanted to pick that up, you're running out of time. Let's see what their other stretch goals were. They're pretty far in. An original anime short portraying the 1,000 years leading up to the game. Yeah, I definitely think they already got that tier unlocked. Then Guild Quest, join the Reavers, Arcanists, or Truth Seekers with all new quests and rewards. And the live orchestral music, game's most important moments scored by an orchestral, bringing a new level of excitement. Now, give me the chip tunes. All right. Also, that's in the wrong spot. For the love of God. Let's show this. I've got it uploaded, right? Yeah, retro style games should easily fit in the cart, even with soundtrack and other extras. Yeah, for sure. Let me upload this into the brand real quick because I have a video here we can watch. Is it this one? Yes, it is. Cool. All right. As I continue to stall for one Renus with the penis, get in here.
Someone mowing your lawn?
Yep. Not my lawn. The next door neighbor right there. All right, here we go.
Hello there, Tenchi fans. Patria Burchard here, the voice of Ryoko, with an exciting announcement. Armature Entertainment is launching a Kickstarter campaign to reintroduce the 1997 Tenchi Muyo comics to readers old and new. For those unaware, Tenchi Muyo started out as an OVA series or direct-to-video release in Japan in 1992. From there, it became popular the world over for its mixing of sci-fi, comedy, romance, and, of course, zany adventures. When it became popular in America, these comics were made to try to appeal directly to American comic fans. This release, Tenchi Muyo, the American Tenchi Continuity Omnibus Edition, combines all 6 issues of the storyline Ryo Oki's Day, created by artist Matt Lunsford and writer J.D. Calderon, into one complete collection. This story features all of your favorite Tenchi characters, including Ryoko, of course, but also Mihoshi's dedicated partner Kiyone, as well as Nagi, Kenoki, and a myriad of other characters, all drawn in a style that's both a throwback and a fresh take on Tenchi Muyo as it used to be. Want to know the really cool part? If this campaign is successful enough, Armature Entertainment can continue the adventures of the Tenchi gang. But now, that's up to you. You know, the carnival comes and goes. Well, it's finally back. So, don't miss it. Thank you all for supporting Armature Entertainment and Tenchi Muyo. Until next time.
So at the end of that, I couldn't help but notice it. God damn it! It says just below this stupid bar. It says 2025 Masaki Kajishima, AIC, and Armature Entertainment. And previously, now I'm confused because when I first watched this, it sounded like they said there was a 90s American comic based on Tenchi. Isn't that what they said?
I think that's what this Kickstarter is for.
So in the 90s, they released these in comic stores, right? But then they said that this Kickstarter is an omnibus of these, right? released with all of them just shoved into a omnibus, right? The American Tenchi Continuity Omnibus. But then it sounded like they were saying the art style is a throwback and also a fresh take. The way they phrased that kind of sounded
It's
like
almost like they just made it.
Yeah, didn't that kind of feel that way?
Yeah.
I think they could mean that it's like
I think
it's a
they're saying the
throwback.
Americans emulated the Japanese or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a fresh take, as in probably not a lot of people read it back then. Maybe I don't know.
For what it's worth, it does look like pretty good for being drawn by an
it
American at the
Pretty
time.
authentic.
Yeah.
Like,
But maybe she was referring to this art, which is probably new art, maybe?
maybe.
I don't know.
What's interesting is like, so they're including so they're making it's based off the OVAs from what it sounded like from the narration. But they have Kione in there, who wasn't a part of the OVAs, at least as part of the original continuity, and as part of like the other continuities.
I thought she
How
was
big
in.
do you think this thing is?
I mean, it's only 7
I'm going to
issues, right?
assume it's fucking massive.
I don't
If
know.
I-
It's
if I
probably
had
gonna be
to-
like 20 pages an issue. If I had
If
to
I
guess.
had to guess, it's going to be like the size of the big fucking Spice Novel one, maybe.
No, it's not like a light novel. I don't know. It's probably gonna be
Because
like
I'd
120
like to
pages.
have one, but I also don't want an enormous piece of crap I'm never going to read. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, I'd like to
What
take part
Face on those.
just because I'm a Tenchi mega fan. Did you guys see my post and how there's like a Star Wars inspired artwork poster?
Who's this character?
Looks like
Goonline?
Washu.
Does kind of look like Washu, but I don't remember Washu being this stacked.
It's like Washu did a fusion dance with Ryoko.
With Ryoko, yeah. Anyway, yeah. So we'll look at this a little bit more as time goes on, but oh, that's kind of phallic.
It's the lightsaber. How many
So
days?
yeah, this is the character you're talking about, Kione,
Yeah, Kione.
who is this character's partner on the
police partner who drives her insane. Kione wasn't a part of the OVA. She's not a part of the creator's initial continuity.
I think what they were saying is that it started as an OVA series.
Yes.
And then as it progressed from there, it did things, but it also started getting written into an American comic series. And they may have taken inspiration from the things that were still getting made in Japan and imparting Kione and them into the story they were writing. Maybe Kione.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. But the continuity of Tenchi is just it's as convoluted as like fate. It's like, where do you start? Where do you go? Like, who's part of where? Like, it's
well, that's interesting. Volume 4's titties are not exposed, but down here titties they did a little extra work on.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, it'd be really bizarre to find out that Kione was a character they invented, but I'm sure they didn't. Deeply iconic.
No, she was invented later in universe. No, not the universe. In the Kiyoshi.
The special.
Like OVA. Yeah, the special.
Yeah,
the Mihoji OVA.
It's been a very long time.
Yeah.
Wouldn't she have come in like at least like the 3rd season? Like I could have sworn she was in the OVA.
No, I don't think she is.
Where does she come in? Like just that OVA? Like
I find this.
No, she's in like the OVA. She's in universe. She's in everything but like the normal continuity. The OVA. She's in everything but Ryoki.
One second. her original appearance. She has been in the Mihoshi Special, Tenchi Universe, Tenchi Muyo Daughters of Darkness, which is the second movie, Tenchi in Tokyo, Magical Girl Pretty Sammy, and Magical Project S. So you're right.
Is that why you like Universe more than the OVA?
Kiyone made her debut in the first of Naoko Hasegawa's light novels out of 13. One Visitor After Another, Hexagram of Love is the name of it. Released in May 1993, within 2 months of the release of the 6th and final episode of the first OVA series. Tenchi Muyo co-creator Masaki Kajishima contributed to the production of the first light novel, writing notes and providing the cover illustration, and endorsed it. Thus, for a very brief period, the novel and Kiyone's inclusion in it was considered canon to the original story. The next 2 novels were adaptations of the original OVA, but by the 4th novel, the story was entirely separate from the canon story, and all details in the first novel were no longer considered part of the original story. That's nuts. I had never known anything about this. So JT Vega says Adam Warren did the Dirty Pair comics. You guys are blowing my mind, because when I grew up and I went to church, and underneath the church was a comic book store I would go to every week, I have a shit ton of the Dragon Ball comics, like the Dragon Ball Z, like actual comic-sized comics instead of manga. And I saw other things like Ranma. I think I have a couple of Ranma too. Ranma, Tenchi, and other stuff out there. But I just assumed they were the manga as a comic-sized thing, like I was buying of Dragon Ball. I never realized they were like American artwork and shit. That's crazy. I don't know. I'm on the fence about this. I'll probably pick it up, but I don't want to spend too much money. 21 more days. I got time. All right. Reese, if you can hear me, get your fucking ass on the call. Anyway, the Beginning After the End web novels are getting a Kickstarter campaign for a print run. Turtle Me's The Beginning After the End web novel series is getting a Kickstarter crowdfunding campaign for print editions. The page states that the campaign aims to fund premium editions of volumes 1 through 3 of Turtle Me's acclaimed series, but does not state a launch date. Rocket Ship Entertainment, a Ringo award-winning publisher and entertainment company that published the Let's Play webcomic in print, is operating the Kickstarter. Is Let's Play something else? Yes, seemingly. I don't need to read a synopsis of what the story is. I think that's it. That's all Reese is probably going to have us read. And then there's this. So we'll keep an eye on this. It's going to launch in the future. They don't tell you when, just as launching soon. Yen Press is releasing the webcomic in print and released the 17th volume on March 25th. The 8th volume will ship in July 2022. Pardon. July 22nd, not July 2022. So then this is literally just, what is print edition then? You mean premium editions of volume 1? I don't fucking understand this. What's the fucking point? Reese, get your ass in here. We can talk about it. All right. Her voice still sounds great. She still sounds like Ryoko. Yeah. Huge difference from Marge's voice actress on The Simpsons. The new game I got is both frustrating and enjoyable at the same time. Isn't that the case? Stan says probably 120-page book. You're talking about the...
That's what I'm saying. If an issue's like, I don't know, 20 or something pages, then shouldn't be that big.
I don't know. Old Man says, I really liked the Tenchi Muyo Universe TV series, more complete story than the OVA series. I liked it as well. I think that's my favorite one. Dylan G says, oh yeah, Viz used to release individual manga chapters as comic floppies back in the day. Yep. So did Dark Horse release comics. Oh. Yeah, but Dark Horse released like comics, right? Not stuff as comic format, right? I don't know. I know that they like actually released Western comics as well as manga. Cool. All right, let's get into this. Reese, you let me down. All right. Former Disney cast member sentenced to federal prison for hacking resort allergy menu system. That's called terrorism. No. Oh,
damn.
A former Walt Disney World cast member has been sentenced to federal prison after hacking the company's allergy menu, illegally accessing the resort's internal systems, and altering critical food safety information. The incident raised serious concerns about guest safety and cybersecurity at one of the world's most visited destinations. I like the idea that Disney's going to try to point to this as like, well, see, this is why your wife died, right? To that one guy. But I don't know. I just think that sounds like something they would do. Michael Schur, a former menu production manager at Walt Disney World, pled guilty in January to knowingly transmitting unauthorized commands to a protected computer and committing aggravated identity misuse. That's a weird charge. What are you in for? Oh, man, I committed aggravated identity misuse. Right? I killed some people through aggravated identity misuse. Right? There's not really a way to make that sound tough.
He needs to hack. He needs to hack into them and download a bunch of illegal movies and stuff. So then Warner Brothers or whatever, Universal will shut off Disney's internet. Right?
Buy internet, Disney. Now you can't tweet anymore. On Wednesday, U.S. District Judge Julie Sneed sentenced him to 3 years in federal prison. Schur was also ordered to forfeit his computer equipment and pay $687,776.50 in restitution to the victims. Guess nobody died, right? Pay with your life. According to federal filings, Schur was terminated from Disney in June 2024, but continued accessing the internal menu system for months afterward using personal devices. His unauthorized activities included altering menus to display profanity, modifying fonts, and most seriously, manipulating allergen information. Investigators found that during the Disney allergy menu hacking incident, Schur falsified warnings to make certain foods appear safe for guests with peanut allergies when they were not. Officials warned that this could have put individuals with severe allergies at significant risk. Yeah. The entire reason we have an allergy thing on the menu is for that reason. Beyond the allergen tampering, Schur also changed wine region listings to reference locations tied to recent national tragedies. Inserted like East Palestine, Ohio wine, inserted offensive symbols into menus and disrupted access to internal accounts through denial of service interference. In a disturbing move, Schur visited the residence of one cast member affected by his actions, giving a thumbs up to a home security camera before leaving. In response, Disney moved the targeted employee to a secure hotel location and provided security assistance. Due to the escalating nature of the breach, the FBI Tampa division intervened. Agents raided Shure's residence, seized his electronics, and halted his unauthorized activities. Special Agent in Charge Matthew Fodor praised the swift response, stating, quote, "Formidable relationships with the private sector are a pillar of the FBI cybersecurity. Through the strength in our partnerships, our cyber task force swiftly identified Mr. Shure and disrupted his ability to continue threatening the public. We are committed to safeguarding a robust cyber strategy to unmask malicious cyber actors to ensure justice is served." Following the news of the Disney allergy menu hacking, Shure's attorney told NBC News that although the allegations were serious, no one was physically harmed. The defense further stated that Shure's personal challenges may have contributed to the circumstances leading to his departure from Disney. Probably. In response to the breach, Disney discontinued use of the third-party menu management application that Shure manipulated. The company has since transitioned to a manual menu approval and distribution system, while a new, more secure platform is under development. The Disney allergy menu hacking incident stands as a sobering reminder of the risks companies face in the digital era, especially when guest safety and brand trust are on the line. I'm sure that this is the thing that broke the camel's back, right? Come on. Any thoughts on this? Got any food allergies you want to share with the class?
It could be dangerous if he wasn't caught, but good thing he was caught. Food allergies are a bigger problem now.
Enriff says, I haven't watched the Tenchi OVA in years. I remember the first OVA was peak, the second was mid, and the third was awful because its ending came out of nowhere for me. I don't remember it at all. We watched it on the podcast. I honestly do not remember a single goddamn thing from that whole show. They released comic versions of Blade of the Immortal. Dark Horse is what he's referring to here. Formerly Chuck Shure.
So does comic just mean reading left to right?
In this case, yes. They did put them out.
I'm just saying because it's not like they remade the manga.
Well, for this particular thing he's talking about, they did. But with Dragon Ball,
they just rearranged the panels. They didn't
with the Dragon Ball comics that I was reading, they were printed backwards. Like they were printed the natural way you would read them in Japanese.
Yeah, but when
they would have a page
version,
on the back that
I'd
say,
say they have a Western
way.
guy who's doing a Western style artwork, and who knows, maybe even doing something different with the story, right?
Mm-hmm. Referring to Tenchi?
Well, no, I mean, sure, you could use Tenchi as an example. I just mean anything. Like if they did a quote-unquote comic version of insert series here, like a comic version of Witchblade, even though isn't that like the original?
Yes.
Right. Like a completely different thing.
With Blade of the Immortal, it was a very strange situation because when they printed Blade of the Immortal, I know you know this, I'm doing this for everybody else in the audience. When they printed Blade of the Immortal, they printed it left to right. And there were a couple of panels for which they couldn't just flip things. And so anytime that happened, the original mangaka redrew those panels for them. Well, look who's needing to connect their mic/cam. There he is. The Pope. Is this why you're late, young man?
Did you get a visit from JD Vance?
Yeah.
Is that why you're late?
No.
Say something, whore.
I said no. Come on. Is this the on?
Anyway, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, so that I forget if I told the whole story, but that's it regarding Blade of the Immortal. Also, you shared and we just covered and fumbled through it. Beginning after the end, Kickstarter.
Yeah.
So that's already in print. They're just doing a premium omnibus or something for volumes 1 through 3?
Yes, I don't know.
Cringe. We'll look at it again next week. Possibly. Will his PC be auctioned? It might be a good deal. And have a bunch of Disney furry porn on it? No thanks. Buy physical menus. Because you said Sneed. Okay, Chuck Sneed? Is that Julia Sneed? Chuck Sneed? Judge Julia Sneed? Julie Sneed? Right here? There's Sneed. Copen Sneed. Right. I hope one day they release the original right to left editions of Blade of the Immortal. I think they have, haven't they?
Nope.
Never?
No, the deluxe edition is still like
Wow.
Right.
the westernized version.
Yep.
And Riv talking about my points. I know he was heavily involved in the re-edit for that. It's the graphic novels they released. But it still feels super incongruous to me and feels wrong to have it on a shelf alongside other manga. The Pope is returned. Have you seen on the Poly Market, they have a bet like the next Pope will be transgender, will be black, right? Who knew it would be a Shoda?
This is my announcement.
His Holiness is here.
I'm the next Pope. Pope reached the first.
Marvel Comics tried to do their own manga comics only with Western characters and stories. They were accused of cultural appropriation and the creators were attacked online. Well, that's correct. All right. Moonpass here. Trump for Pope? Oh, God. All right.
Also, I want to say I love
Trump for Antichrist.
I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting you to turn John into Trump. Just have him to like with the, but I was like, yeah, good job, proud of you.
Here, I put it so we could marvel at it together. I was doing it manually by coloring the original image of Jean, but I was just like,
What? That was weird.
yeah.
I think-
for some
I think
reason,
you-
Randy and I just blinked.
I think you lost internet for a second there, bud.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
funny.
weird.
All right. In other random shit that I didn't want to talk about at the random segment down at the bottom for merch.
It's not my shit.
No, sorry. Apologies. Huge 301,390 square foot Demon Slayer anime rice paddy art project planned. Tanjiro will be eaten. So they're going to plant rice in this pattern. This is a different thing they did previously. So if you wanted to eat Tanjiro, it's as simple as eating rice and pretending it came from this field. All right. Meanwhile, a pageant in Gifu Prefecture allows all races, genders, species, and levels of existence to enter. Hear me out. Let's enter Kentaro Miura, a being who no longer exists on this physical plane, or whatever the fuck he said. Covered his death. You don't get much more inclusive than that. Beauty pageants aren't quite as big as they used to be, with a lot of major organizers moving on to other things like becoming president of the United States.
Bring that picture back
still
up
go
again.
on, especially in more. So what? Bring up the picture again. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Such beauty, much awe.
But they still go on, especially in more rural areas such as Gifu Prefecture, where the annual Nohime Grand Prix is held. Nohime means Lady of No, referring to a historical region of No, where she is said to have come from. Wow. Hime actually means princess, so lady, princess. I mean, I don't know. Maybe princess isn't quite the correct word for noble birth people. Little is known about her for certain, other than that she was married to the famed daimyo Oda Nobunaga around the time that he gave the area of Gifu its current name. You're going to be called Gifu. What? The famous print shows Nohime among the background crowd dressed in white. Here? Fighting alongside her husband prior to his death in the Honnoji incident. I can't help but notice a lack of Yasuke. Even his wife was fighting, you coward. Alongside her husband prior to his death in the Honnoji incident. But there's no evidence she was actually there. Yasuke got her on that one, I guess. Funny how they didn't feel the need to include him in the paintings, right? It's like turns out he was an incel, didn't even have any wives, right? Nohime's a made up real girlfriend, right? Like she goes to a different school girlfriend. The Nohime Festival was established in 2019 as a feminine answer to the Gifu Nobunaga Festival and Dosan Festival, both of which were in honor of men. The idea was to make a festival where women could shine, but along the way it was decided to open it up to men, to open it up to celebrate everyone and everything. One of the main events of the Nohime Festival is the Nohime Grand Prix, which isn't a beauty pageant in the strictest sense of the term, but very similar in that the winners become spokespeople for the event during the year. The rules for entry state that it is open to anyone who wants to promote Gifu Prefecture, regardless of age, gender, or nationality. Biological status is not an issue. That parenthesized part seems to just point out that biological sex is irrelevant, but it actually goes a lot further than that. Judging by this year's winners. Okay. In first place, we have Yui Takanaka. Her runners-up are Shion Sakuragi, Hanako Nawa, and a pair of corgis, Mira and Ramu. The corgis lost? What? If they had been named Ed and Ein, winners, you know. The winners can all be seen in a photo tweeted by festival committee chairperson Rui Kawakami, who also points out that a parrot had won in a previous year. Oh. The inclusion of not only other genders, but even animals got a lot of attention on social media, with several people asking where the Nohime Grand Prix drew a line, and chairperson Rui Kawakami was more than happy to answer. Since it's not a living thing, a stuffed toy can't enter, right? As long as they have a love for Gifu, it's okay. Can a strawberry run too? Of course they can. It doesn't matter what kind of organism it is. Even VTubers can do it. Of course that's okay. Randy, get in there and express your love for Gifu. We haven't received applications from any yet, but we'd be happy to hear from you someday. Question. These are wonderful qualifications to apply. By the way, might AI be okay? AI, of course it's okay. We welcome AI contestants, but none have applied yet. We look forward to seeing you next time. It certainly appears that anything goes when it comes to the Nohime Grand Prix, as long as entrants are all about promoting the festival and Gifu Prefecture in general. The response in online comments has been largely positive, saying that this is the way pageants should be. Is it though? Quote, it's diversity, but it doesn't feel heavy-handed. It seems so peaceful. I won. My contestants, 2 dogs. You know, like, yay!
Congratulations.
Yeah, that group photo of the winners has a great atmosphere. Is this it? Yeah. This guy like just holding an image. Right?
Is that what I'd have to do to be a VTuber? Show up
I
with
think
my
so.
VTuber model?
I think so.
Or I'd have someone else go and hold up my VTuber model.
I'll go for you. Don't worry. I'll hold the
Randy's
award
image.
on your behalf. Mhm. Spider-Man couldn't be here today. Randy is busy fighting virtual Doc Ock and catching Shocker, right? Chasing Shocker to the end of the earth. Oh, this it's like an open weight class beauty pageant. This is all over the place and I love it. It's a pageant of cute things, whatever they may be. This is what diversity should be, not forcing it, but embracing it. With all the negative news, this is really nice to hear. I don't really get it, but I think it's really good. This year's winners were already declared in March, so we'll have to wait until next year to see who or what enters the next Nohime Grand Prix. On the bright side, this gives everyone a chance to come up with interesting entries alongside humans. I'm submitted a shit. Literally, we could submit a random shit. A random shit VTube, right?
Not my shit. Not my shit.
No, of course not. No, yes, actually, I was saying that. Randy, a PNG of a shit as your VTube, right? Submit that. Yeah, I think shoo it. You could at least beat the dogs, right? Oh man, I'm actually not a fan of eating them so much, but always found strawberries to be rather aesthetically pleasing fruits and well overdue to win one of these things. Oh, anyway, we can move on from this.
I nominate myself.
Wow. How many of these do we have? Okay, you just keep swapping. I had to look because I'm like, how? Like, because Reese and I share the same login for StreamYard. So it's like I've got a bunch of pics of myself. And then Reese is just using one that he's changing constantly.
Actually, I think I have 3 in here. Yeah, so I have 3 in here. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
When
8.
I look at it, all I see is the one. I see. Hold on, I'll do it like this. I'll Good job, me.
Proud of you.
Let me stop. Yeah. So this is the one that it currently is set on because Reese uses my account.
Yeah.
Go back to me. All right. So this is the first one I have. Then this one, then this one, then Sexy AC, then this one. So that's all I've got. And then it goes,
Yeah.
That's the last one in here is yours.
Really? That's
Anyway.
I still have this one in here too. And then this one.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't see them. So
Because I added them probably after you
Yeah.
started the show.
So maybe they increased the number we could have because we used to get locked in at a certain number or whatever. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Let's see.
Enriv says, I just learned Hime Dere is what you call the spoiled rich brat archetype in harem anime. Yep.
Bunch of VTuber emotes.
Yeah, I don't know who any of those are. There's been a lot of Hime anime recently. There's even a rock and roll Hime anime this season. Is it a lady's rock is her modesty or rock is a lady's
That one.
Yeah, rock while lady no yes. Good health and poo in Japan. Yep. All right, let's move past this. We've got
one more in there.
generate me as a poo.
I'm a pirate.
I like your iPad.
I got to put it over the pupil once, and it's never done it again.
We could just Photoshop that one together. That's how I make most stuff. What is going on with your fucking hat, too?
Right.
What is going on with your hat?
It's off to the side a little bit.
It's like bent at the top.
He shoots around corners, all right?
My favorite thing about the eye patch is how it turned your normal blue circular eye into an angry eye. All right.
Nope, that's not onto that.
That's all right. I got it. There you go. Okay, cool. All right. Actress Daniella Pineda reflects on Netflix's Cowboy Bebop flop. Is it safe to do so now that Rachel Zegler has raised the bar for floppage? Daniella Pineda, who portrays Faye Valentine in Netflix's ill-fated Cowboy Bebop adaptation, has finally acknowledged the show's shortcomings and addressed her past interactions with fans, including a deleted video that drew criticism. Netflix's live-action Cowboy Bebop series, released in 2021, was met with widespread criticism for its deviation from the beloved anime's tone and characterizations. Among the cast... Oh, fuck. I just got a text message I'm not going to answer. Fuck. He's right, though. Fuck. Okay, anyway. Netflix's live-action Cowboy Bebop series, released in 2021, was met with widespread criticism for its deviation from the beloved anime's tone and characterizations. Among the cast, Daniella Pineda's portrayal of Faye Valentine was particularly scrutinized, with fans expressing dissatisfaction over character design and costume choices. I mean, the only thing I really didn't like about her is the enormous, like, fucking 10-lane highway gap in her teeth. Right? That was the only thing that I couldn't get over.
They should have CG'd it over, right?
Welcome to the ouch, motherfucker. She had the kind of teeth where she could bite down while giving you head and you wouldn't feel it.
Whoa.
Anyway. In response to the backlash, Pineda posted a video on Instagram, which has since been deleted, where she sarcastically addressed the criticism. She remarked, first of all, I just want to say, I defended this bitch out that she did, this little bitch fit she threw, because I felt at the time that the energy she was exuding kind of matched the character in terms of like how she was treating it. And I was honestly kind of digging it. And again, I actually liked her in the live action show. I just didn't think she, like, none of the characters were the characters from the anime. But separating it from that, there were parts of it that I really liked. And there was Ed. And that fully erased every possible good thing about the show. Why are these text messages flooding my phone? I'll deal with that later. Anyway, in response to the backlash, Pineda posted a video, right? So she said, first, I wanted to apologize to the fans. Oh, no. So the video that she's posted is her reacting to the, like, her apologizing, right? That's the thing that's been deleted. Here, let me see. Okay, no. She is talking about the one that they are talking about that one. Good thing we showed it on podcast.
I take it you already did pickups, yeah?
Yes.
Nobody made a marker.
Thank you for doing that, Reese. See, when they're not competing with you, they're just a bunch of lazy slobs. I'll do it. Boom. Ah, you fucker. No, we covered those.
Yeah, no, did you get this last one? Oh, this one, this Bobby Hill one from like an hour ago?
Yep.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep. That's good.
Reese,
but thank you
show
for
up
writing.
like an hour late.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
The thing about the pickups, did not need to interrupt this story.
I'm sorry.
The post that it was done and the like next podcast post could have been done at any point in the future.
This is the sound of a guy who is trying to deflect from the fact that he didn't post in a race against Reese during actual pickups. Anyway,
Both lost, Randy.
Yep, I was victorious. All right. Anyway, so yeah, she deleted the post that we were talking about where she was bad mouthing everybody and said like all that stuff. So, but this is the new thing she's posted that has not been deleted, as far as I know. First, I wanted to apologize to the fans that I did not anatomically match the Faye Valentine character. Okay, no, this is the deleted thing. Where she said that I did not anatomically match the Faye Valentine character, a 6-foot, double D-sized breast, 2-inch waist. You know, they looked everywhere for that woman and they couldn't find her. It's kind of weird, so they just went with my short ass. The video was perceived by many as mocking fans' concerns, leading to further controversy. Pineda later clarified that her comments were intended to address trolls rather than genuine fans. She stated, quote, I used the word fans when I meant to say trolls, and then it caught wind. And everybody was like, she's hating on the fans. And I was like, this is getting lost in translation. I'm responding to trolls, not fans. So she's just deflecting now. Is that what's going on? What has it been? 4 fucking years? Get over yourself. Reflecting on the show's reception, Pineda acknowledged that the adaptation may not have met expectations. She commented, quote, I feel like those animations, they mean so much to people and they're so personal. I think that those studios, they need to do a better job at valuing that IP. It's really special. Maybe you shouldn't have devalued it. Just saying. No. Despite the initial enthusiasm, Cowboy Bebop was canceled by Netflix after 1 season. With both critics and audiences expressing disappointment, the series holds a 49% critic score and a 50% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, reflecting its divisive reception. My favorite thing about our coverage of that was when they put out that book that had a sticker on it that said based on the hit Netflix series that I had to pre-order because I fucking had to have that. And then when it finally got released, that sticker was not included. It just said based on the Netflix series. Anyway, do you guys have any thoughts on this or kind of a nothing topic here, huh?
Yeah. Maybe they should have saved their brands and not sold it to Netflix.
Afraid they're not that smart. So I am now going to insert a video that I downloaded. Don't ban me from the internet. I downloaded a video. Hold up. The timestamp hasn't started yet. The fuck? Before presenting a screen, remove other... Bitch. Okay. All right. English live-action adaptation of Kakegurui manga reveals trailer. Ooh! Ooh, that slid under the radar. We haven't talked about this in some time.
Yeah, maybe it'll turn out way better than Cowboy Bebop.
Wow.
Right? Right?
Look at how Crunchyroll has chosen to present it to us with the main character, a pseudo-Asian character.
Right.
And
Totally
here is
fits,
the
right?
thumbnail for the video with said Asian character in it. God.
So it's
that's
going to have
cool.
Asian characters in it, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
let's
you're basing
watch
this
the
off
actual
of the-
trailer.
My name is Yumiko,
Japanese, nice.
and I've been bad. But sometimes you have to do a bad thing to make the world better. This should be fun.
Based on the manga series,
Kakegurui.
St. Dominic's prep goes back 100 years. Parents send their kids here to learn what it takes to run the world. CEOs,
I don't remember that character, I don't think. They knew? Those all must be side characters that I missed.
Yikes.
I am seeing far too much of this man's belly. Far too much.
It's Genshin Impact syndrome.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, there is a girl in the show with blue lipstick.
But she has
But
white hair.
it just hits kind of different.
Yeah. But these are different characters, right? That's not the same.
Yeah, let's just keep
There's
going.
the,
Let's see what we've got here.
Dictators, crime lords, but it's not the classes that change you.
In fairness, they probably are dictators and
Yeah.
crime lords.
I think I remember a girl like that, but I could have sworn she also had black hair and
That
not.
can't be right.
They went to
blonde.
Anime Expo and picked up like
Right.
not even the top-notch cosplayers, and they're like, "Hey, do you want to be in this thing?
Yeah. Also, it was more. It was
Want
like
a
a
bit of a
Band-Aid.
budget?"
It was a Band-Aid eye patch. That's not really a Band-Aid eye patch. It looks like they went to like Rite Aid or the dollar store and
Look
just...
at how fucking enormous this can. I must be. No, there's no way that I'm seeing this right. That is the biggest ass collar. How the fuck is that thing so big?
Oh right, I didn't even notice that.
Holy shit. That's how she lost her eye. That thing came up and got her in the eye. That thing is fucking enormous.
But it's not the classes that change you. It's the gambling. Your winnings are everything. Top 10 get into student council. They play like assassins. Teachers and students vanish. Dead, alive, nobody knows.
So this is a pretty serious show, right? The anime.
To an extent, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't really remember a whole lot of killing though.
it's been a while. So I've
Let me
only
put it
seen
this
season
way.
one.
Let me put it this way. The stakes are rather high, so we
Yeah.
don't need comic relief in our Death Note. You know, like we don't need to make it goofy.
That sounds fun.
She's insane.
My parents.
They went to St. Dominic's.
One of these people murdered them.
One of the children?
And I'm gonna find out who.
So you're some type of troll gambler, here to beat everyone and take their money.
No. Not their money.
I'm a killer, then a perfect.
Blackjack!
So here's the thing about the main character,
Bingo.
Yumiko, if I recall her name correctly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's Bingo.
She didn't have like this revenge backstory, if I recall correctly.
I mean, I haven't watched the show. Everything I know
She
about it, I
just
heard from
loved
you guys.
gambling. She was all for like, I don't care if I turn into like somebody's pet, if I lose.
Yeah, but see, that's
like...
the thing is like they can't glorify gambling. It needs to glorify violence.
I'm getting excited about bingo.
Right. I got
Are
bingo.
you not excited about bingo?
We should play bingo.
Yeah.
Bango? What? What?
Bingo. What's gonna be should we play blackout? Blackout bingo?
Is that where you have to get all of them?
Yeah.
In this world?
Looks like that was take number 2 because there's already a hole.
Right.
World? You rule or you obey.
I like how the actor is like, just in case it's really sharp, I'm only gonna put it.
You
next to my
didn't even,
tongue.
yeah, you didn't even put it against your fucking.
Rule or you obey.
Oh.
St. Dom's?
Bruh.
That's pee on the ground, isn't it? Like,
Wait, dolls.
We're just getting started.
I'm a killer, then a perfect.
Pretty sure.
Now it's the Hunger
pretty sure.
Games.
Pretty sure those are shorts, not a skirt.
No, it's shorts under the skirt.
No, there's no skirt. That's just shorts.
No, there's a skirt right there.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to have this whole rant again. But if you're going to mimic anime so that you can have schoolgirls flipping around and you're going to have the upskirt shot, the panties have 2 color options. White or striped. That's it. You do not make Sucker Punch and put the girl in black underwear so that when she's flipping around and the camera catches it, it's indiscernible from the fucking shadows. You idiots. This is a crime against nature. More ways than one, let's be honest. Oh yeah, and they're calling it Bet.
I'm not. Kakegurui.
So, if you weren't already completely convinced of its trash nature, like the Zoomer lingo that it undoubtedly will have.
Also, I noticed there was a side character that I don't quite remember. The black guy. I don't remember there being a side character black guy.
Remember
That's the main character guy.
Well, maybe.
Is
maybe. That's because. Oh no!
Oh.
Lordy.
Oh. Hi, Professor Snape. No, I'm just kidding.
What? Netflix did a race swap?
I
That's unheard of.
cannot believe this nonsense.
Yeah. What? No way.
What?
Oh. Oh.
Damn, is there
Okay,
a blonde
the-
genocide now?
Can I get off this planet?
Did they
Yeah.
even the JP though didn't have a blonde? That's interesting.
But that's at least understandable.
Yeah.
They
The
could have dyed the
manga?
hair.
The anime, the Japanese live action.
Netflix
What
adaptation.
The fuck is that? What is that shit?
I think they missed their mark a little bit.
Oh my god.
Seriously.
You're kidding me. They replaced like a freaky whatever serial killer mask with a I have the vax
I have
mask.
the COVID. Ah. Seriously. Could this be more cringe? Yikes. Why? Fucking dub the Japanese one. What are you doing? All right.
Well,
And have Erica Harlica.
I've been holding on to this since August of last year. The game, the anime, the books, the Netflix adaptation.
Yep.
Pretty
The
much.
fact that it's true too. You've been hanging on for that for what, a year?
I
you
knew
said?
that this was going to be useful at some point in the future. I
And
have
it-
been holding on to it since
And they
August
stick
of
the
last year.
landing. They stick the landing.
Yeah.
Abso-fucking-lutely. They're just like, yep, this is what we're
So
doing.
I like to think personally that the casting director received a description for the thing he needed to work on called BET. And he just assumed they were doing a documentary on black entertainment television. And so naturally they exclusively sought out black people to play the roles. That makes perfect sense to me. That must be what happened, right? BET, right? Now, somebody said the slavery angle is going to be interesting, or they will not do it at all. Well,
ouch.
They're not going to do it at all.
slavery angle, huh? What character could that have applied to? Oh. Ryota is seen losing in a game of poker against Mary Saotome and lost his social status and became indebted to her, as well as becoming her personal pet in the process, and as a punishment is treated as a slave. by his schoolmates.
Yep.
He is used as a stool by Mary and is desperate. Oh.
This is kind of like the meme about Disney making their live actions and, are they going to make a Tarzan?
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but the stool thing did happen. But it was the other black character. I don't know if you saw that. Where was the part with the lemon or the lime?
That was later on, I think.
Yeah, that makes it okay, right?
You rule or you obey.
Wait, that's not even the guy, though.
No, it's the other black character. It's this one. No?
At St. Tom's?
I'm pretty sure that's who that was, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm at a loss for words, to be honest. I don't even know what to fucking say here. This is just unbelievable.
Yeah, that's supposed to be Mary too,
Yeah.
if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. It snuck up on us, this one. I mean, we knew that it was coming out. We've covered it before, but
I'm shocked.
wow.
Yeah, I think all of the members of OCA podcast are shocked and appalled that Netflix would do this. Oh my goodness.
I wish I could say I was surprised, you know.
We should have put our own bets down. We're like, all right, place your bets. Will it be?
Yeah, does Polymarket have something open for this? Or the Netflix adaptations coming out?
Sorry, I'm just trying to see. Every once in a while, it pops into my head. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to see if Root Letter ever got a fucking Blu-ray. It didn't. It's available on Amazon. Root Letter was another. It was an adaptation of a light novel or a visual novel that we talked about, and it never got a physical release. And I don't want to watch it on Amazon. Anyway. All right, I'm going to move past this. I'm sorry, this has been a weird show today so far. I blame Reese.
I would care that it looks like shit, but realistically, it looks like so much shit that I'm not going to watch it. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking dog keeps sitting right at the door to the office. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's that. My wife left the bathroom, so I'm guessing he was waiting out there for her. But every time he sits down, I feel like I'm hearing somebody knock on the door, and then I just see his stupid tail sticking through underneath the door, undoubtedly farting in here. That dog. Anyway, Yu-Gi-Oh card game, The Chronicles, launches short anime web series.
That's the least Yu-Gi-Oh looking thing I've ever seen. It just looks like a normal anime.
I think it looks great.
Yeah, it's the
I didn't say that it looks bad. I just said it's the least Yu-Gi-Oh looking thing.
Their hair could be wilder. You're right. Like,
no, it looks pretty.
They need Brooklyn
because I know what those cards are.
Yeah,
where's
so I
their
didn't
dual disc?
I didn't realize until I read this. What is Yu-Gi-Oh card
It's
game?
not.
The
It's
Chronicles.
based off of like actual cards, card lore.
Okay.
Oh,
No, this
I
would
was
be
going
like
to
his
say.
Red Eyes Black
So
Dragon
she's
had
a character.
his like
She is one of the cards,
backstory.
right?
Yeah, I was going to
that's
say. I'm
Dice
pretty
Striker
sure.
Ice Ray.
Striker
I'm pretty-
Ace Ray, yeah.
I was going to say. I'm pretty sure I recognize those characters as cards.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, now I am correct. Thank you.
I recognize this character from D. Gray Man, right? And that outfit. All right. Cool. Mary's casting broke me. Is Mary the blonde?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Val says, when I said it's a crime against humanity, he says it's a crime against males, right? She had a fetish for gambling. Damn. they can't glorify fetishes for gambling. They have to
He was
glorify
like,
the
he got,
violence. Fetish for
he
fun.
got so wet from like,
Yeah,
from
I
even
mean
the simplest like.
that makes sense to me based on the images I've seen of her like like with
Yeah.
the spit like connecting to her
Crazy
lips and stuff.
is based on
Yeah.
our call, Brad. When we were in the call before,
Mhm.
in the Netflix dub, she's voiced by Erica Harlicker.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
that's
That the discussion we've had about this show is how I even know Erica Harlicker's name. Believe it or not.
right. Okay.
Because you told me about it ages ago when we first discussed the fact that the Sentai release has a different dub.
Right.
And you said people really like Erica Harlicker as the main girl. So and I was like, oh, I filed that around for that's a name of a voice actor. That's where I first heard it. They weren't hand-to-hand action sequences in Kakegurui. Yeah,
No.
they just did gambling. There was no actual fighting. Netflix have never not beaten the allegations so hard in all their lives. Netflix has proven they failed to fight racism because they use subtle racism. Black Hole was the only card you need in Yu-Gi-Oh! Careful, Reese, you're vibrating.
Oh my God, Reese.
Also, that's wrong. That's Dark Hole.
Do we need to send the bomb squad? Jesus.
Like it's hit 3 and does nothing in the game currently.
So Kenji Kamiyama's Star Wars Vision short, The Ninth Jedi, has been expanded to a limited series on Disney Plus. Because they are that desperate at Disney Plus for something that people will watch. They've tainted fucking everything. So I guess they're also announcing here the third installment of it is also coming out. But the Ninth Jedi is getting its own series. Well, how about that? All right, anyway. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie Mugen Train North America re-release has been announced starting May 14th. So it's coming back in 4K. To which we look to the future at a very likely 4K release, maybe possibly just very unlikely not DVD height, right?
That is the best possible cope you can think of, and the fact is you'll have to buy it a third time effectively because you bought it first time DVD height, you bought it the second time in season 2 part 1, and now here's the third time, and God forbid they make a season 2 part 1 or whatever this 4K. Well, actually, no,
they will.
This movie edition is going to be extended beyond the second season extension. That's my bet.
Yeah, they'll get extra scenes and then they'll put them back.
They're just
into
gonna
season
cut.
2.
They're gonna cut the stuff back in.
Yeah.
From it as the movie. That'd be funny. Then the show ceases to be special, so they re-release the show with one extra shot of Inosuke picking his nose. I don't know.
As cool as it would be to go see, honestly, I don't remember if I saw Demon Slayer in theaters or not, but
it was during COVID when it came out.
Yeah.
So.
As cool as it would be to go see the Infinity Castle in theaters, I just don't want to have to deal with the whole release schedule of it. Like, oh, it's going to be released on Blu-ray, then they're going to make a TV version of it, and it's like that has soured my anticipation of the movie. Like
you don't want to go see it because that's going to ruin the first 6 weeks of actually watching it when they just shove it into the fucking series. Yeah.
And owning it. Owning it, not so much watching it, but owning it is the thing that pisses me off, because it's like, okay, I'll be sitting there and in the theater, and the only thing I'll be thinking of is I'm gonna have to fucking buy this twice.
You know what's even gayer is that
what's
the
the quote? Series. Sorry, what's the quote where he's like, just buy product and then get excited for next product or whatever?
Don't ask questions. Just buy product and get it. consume product, whatever.
Yeah. Consume product, then get excited for next product.
So, from what I remember, I mean, I don't have the Aniplex releases, but from what I think, it has 2.0 audio, right? Okay, no one's contesting.
I don't know.
So the movie version has 5.1. So when you have the extended season 2 version, you lose the surround sound. So it's like that's
but then
nice.
They're gonna add like an all original episode, so you have to buy the TV.
The amount of raping in my asshole is a crime against humanity.
More like Anus Slayer.
Semen Slayer, right? Is that what we called that episode?
I do did, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Demon
Okay.
Slayer, and then my demon sister can't be this.
Yeah, my demon sister can't be this cute was the first one. And then Semen Slayer, I think, is the second one, or maybe it was backwards. I don't remember. Anyway, Hyakuemu anime film races to Japanese theaters on September 19th. I'm going to show you this trailer. Like, there have been times, like, sports anime is the only reason I could give a shit about sports to begin with. Hello. You'll never guess what I've done for you.
It looks
You
like
can say that
Trump's
about virtually
wanting to-
anything that's like.
I started downloading it. 9 hours left, though.
It's fine. I was going to ask you about dinner really quick.
Oh, okay.
You can apply that
Looks
to
like
like anything you're not interested in.
I
Like you can be
wonder-
like, I don't care about idols and stuff, but hey, if they're doing an idol anime about like the apocalypse or
I
something,
mean, I should
okay,
probably
sure,
eat
I'll watch
the
that.
pot of orange chicken I put in the fridge.
Yeah.
Because
I was gonna
don't
say, I
I'm
think
gonna
it looks
eat
like
that.
Trump's trying to hug
Okay,
everyone.
And if I don't eat it today, it's not going to get eaten until a week or
Are
a
you
year
going to eat
through.
that like after a podcast though?
Well, I mean, if you're going to make it, I'll eat it right now. But otherwise, yes, after podcast.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize for the delay in your gaming session.
Okay.
All right.
I'm playing with AI. It's fine.
All right, where was I? I was gonna share. I ended up ending my share screen when I meant to actually. God, I'm fucking retarded. Okay, present video file. Anyway, what I was trying to say before is that is this it? That is definitely not it. Here it is. Okay. What I was going to say before is that I wouldn't give a shit about sports if it weren't for anime, right? And anime has made me, and when I say give a shit, like I really only give a shit in the context of the show, right? I don't give a shit outside of it. But anime has made me care about sports that I otherwise would never invest any time in. Slam dunk, first slam dunk, fucking incredible, right? Haikyuu made volleyball somehow watchable. This is racing, just fucking track and field, and it is on par almost with first slam dunk. So we're gonna watch this trailer. Fuck yeah. Right?
今日も勝たせてもらうよ。そう。頑張ってよ。
Do your best. All right, that was good.
I mean,
right?
some of that looks cool, but there's so much jank and like uncanniness, especially that one long shot near the end where they're just kind of like walking up. It's like you can see the floaty head syndrome. and
because
stuff.
it's like rotoed to
Rose.
a degree. Yeah.
It's like it's ambitious, but I don't know. It just kind of has too much jank.
I was like, I don't like podcasts, but an anime podcast I'll watch.
How's your CG meter, Randy?
It was going off. There was a number of shots that were throwing the CG meter off. And then there were some shots that were like
there's
obviously
CG being
animated.
used here for the background.
No
right?
one's complaining about the backgrounds. We know we're talking about the characters.
Okay.
That shot.
You think that? Yeah, that's probably CG. I don't know. I feel like it's got a lot of energy.
That face looked like it was they used the, what do you call it, tool? The liquefy tool to like move half of his, this dude.
Yeah, there's a number of shots where it might be too
like it almost
drawn.
looks like they used AI to process some of it. There's something weird about it.
When he was talking at the end of the trailer, like you could tell in his neck the way the lines were moving that they were just like warping the vector. They weren't actually like redrawing stuff.
Could be. I don't know. I mean, we could nitpick that for sure. You talking about this scene?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we could definitely nitpick that, but I still think it looks like a fun ride for a movie. Anyway, moving past this because we got a lot more shit to show you. We also have the Lost Blossom anime movie reveals fall 2025 release, main voice cast members. This is one of those things that really kind of only anime can do. Autumn 2023. Akutsu, an elderly inmate serving life in prison, is on the verge of a lonely death in his single cell. A talking Hosenka flower says to him, "What a rotten life you had." Akutsu starts reflecting on his past. Summer 1986. Akutsu is living with Nana and her son Kensuke in a shabby apartment with a garden full of Hosenkas. It is the tale of a one-night victorious comeback by a dying Yakuza and his family story told by a flower that blooms in prison. Fuck.
I'll watch it.
I'll watch the shit out of that. That sounds crazy. I bet you I'll be let down, but I'll still watch it. And it's from the studio that did Pompo the Cinephile. So I'll watch that. In anime news, I hope you guys liked that. Why am I blanking on her name? Underwear Girl. What's the anime we were just talking about last podcast about? We had to put the mustard on it. Takamine. Takamine, right? I hope you guys enjoyed the dubbing we did for that because I got you covered. Apocalypse Hotel anime releases creditless opening and ending movies. I more just want to show you guys the visual here. This looks like a fun show. Reese, you're watching it, right?
Yeah, I haven't watched this week's episode, but yeah, it's pretty fun. I mean, basic premise was like humanity abandoned Earth to try and eke out life out somewhere else, and all these robots are still keeping this hotel like ship shape and doing all the daily routine like decades later. Like, oh, we might have a guest today. We might have a guest today.
Imagine you have a like a nuclear reactor powering your city, but everybody's dead. But then a 1,000 years go by, and you walk into this city, and all the Roombas are still vacuuming.
Right. Basically, yeah.
All right. Okay. Also, Easygoing Territory Defense by the Optimistic Lord anime adaptation has been announced. So it says here, oh God, that's readable. It says here, Vaughn, fourth son of a marquis, is just a toddler when he realizes he's been reincarnated. Thanks to his literal lifetime of knowledge, he's raised as a child prodigy until his production magic manifests. And it's the last thing his snooty mage family wants to see. His disappointed father banishes him to a podunk town on the verge of collapse, yet Vaughn can only see the place's potential. Can our hero's bastion of battlements build a better life than battle magic ever could? Whale the anime? Is that in reference to the apocalyptic one? Remind me of Ghost. Yep. Yeah, they do. They kind of feel like not just the Tachikomas, but just in general in that show, the robot design. Okay. Also, Rising of the Shield Hero Season 4 anime previews Mad Kid opening song, blah, blah, blah. Fuck, they put a lot of effort into this video here. I'm not going to play the whole thing. But I thought it was crazy that they animated this part like a 90s anime. Right? Like it feels like a completely different era right here. Actually, it doesn't look as much like it as it did the first time I watched it.
Looks like they just put like a tint on it.
Yeah. Well, the first time I watched it, I think I was watching it and the 480p part came up there, so it felt way more reminiscent.
Whoa, they did this part in 480p?
Yeah.
Retro.
But in this trailer thing, they showcased this, right? And I don't know that I'm sure they didn't actually film this on cells and whatnot, but they kind of go the extra mile to take the digital stuff and put it back into a tangible feeling format.
Those
right?
are like Gengas.
Yeah. I just thought it was cool. They put a lot of effort into it. I mean, considering we see shit where they literally have one key art to work with, and they just have to oh, you saw the forehead, and then you saw the chin, and then we had a voice actor say ganbatte yo, and then you see the full image, and the piano goes ding 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 ding, right? Like they just don't have a lot to work with, and they do very little, but this is the fuck ton of work to build up the hype. So anyway, it's pretty cool. Moving past that. What do we got here? Okay, I included this. Saishu Mirai Shoujo member Nagi Fujisaki drops I'm the Evil Lord of an Intergalactic Empire anime music video. But I wanted to bring this up because I think Foodnum also dropped I'm the Evil Lord of an Intergalactic Empire.
I haven't even started it. My brother gave me the update, basically forewarning me to just read the manga.
He said there is no boob inspection scene in the manga, right?
No, they basically just acknowledge that you can customize the maid robot or whatever. And then, I don't know, I think it just moves on. But in this one, it's like, oh, I'll take you to the private room. And then what you didn't see in the trailer that we show on the podcast, it's like, oh, she has customizable nipples. And then, oh, she has a customizable vagina. And my brother's like, this is way more vulgar than it's supposed to be. What is going on here? But that wasn't even the worst of the issues. There were so many things that are seemingly insignificant, details that are just changed for no reason. And some of them are kind of important. For example, his mansion or whatever that he was left by his parents looks ugly because his parents had horrible tastes, but it's completely different in style. But anyway, and there's also a villain guy that comes in way too early because I don't know the importance of it, but he said this is before you even learn sword training, and this guy's already introduced. But anyway, yeah, so it looks like it might be a miss, at least on the adaptation front. I'm sure if you've never read it, maybe you'll still find something to enjoy of it. But my brother said the exact same thing about Knights and Magic. There's that anime Knights and Magic. I can't remember what people thought of it. But the thing is, the manga is way. Oh yeah, another thing. Knights and Magic had this problem too, or sorry, they both have this problem where they make it more action oriented. When there's actually a main draw that's better. So Evil Galactic Overlord, whatever, his whole shtick is he's trying to be evil as possible, but he fails to do so. So it's like he's like rules over people, and he's like lowers the taxes and stuff like that. I can't remember the reason he thought that was going to be evil, and all that.
So hold on. Foul says Whale the Disney movie, but I think what he means is Wall-E the Pixar movie, right? That must have been what he meant, referring to the hotel, the Apocalypse Hotel, right?
Anyway. Wall-E.
Anymore?
Knights and Magic, though, that one, they had a lot of mech battles, even though his whole shtick was that he's like a Gundam nerd or whatever that was reincarnated. So he's more of the engineer. It's not about the battles, but they're like, oh, we're going to go all action oriented on this. Anyway.
I also want to address this because I can't remember. I think I pulled it up but didn't address it. Enriv said that they saw Mugen Train in theaters and might try to go see it again with the upcoming re-release. Well, tell us if they include the nipple scene or whatever. I don't know what they added. In my head canon, until we actually watch Demon Slayer, that's what it is. Okay, King of Prism, Your Endless Call. Mina Kirameki Prism Tours, anime film sparkles, and new key visual. I guess I should put this in theaters. Why am I including this? Because when I saw that, I thought, fuck, man. That's the gayest thing I've ever seen. Then I scrolled down and said, oh, yeah, it is. When I was at my first job, my immediate supervisor was a gay Korean guy who we're pretty sure made life hell on everybody in the company to not appear as though he could be replaced. Because if he ever lost his job, he would have to go back to Korea and serve in the military because they have conscription in Korea. And this gay Korean guy had an Apple Watch, and he bought every single color of watch band so he could coordinate it with his gay outfit every day, right? And that's what this made me think of. Moving past that. Anime Azure Lane Slow Ahead Season 2 reveals teaser trailer and art. They don't spend a lot of time in the water, if any, in the trailer. Azure Lane is the one where they're ships, right?
No.
Yes. No.
Yes.
Ha.
Yes.
Jury's still out, apparently.
That was a very confident no from Randy.
There's ships in Azure Lane?
They're anthropomorphized ships.
Yeah. You could have fucking fooled me.
Just like in Upote, they're anthropomorphized guns.
What ship is this lady? She got booze cruise.
Your guess is as good as mine. There's like 3 empires or 4 empires, whatever, and one's called the Sakura Empire. So maybe she's from that one.
Could be. All right, moving past that. Mechanical Marie anime, Let Sparks Fly. Okay, so this is that anime about the guy who hates people and the girl who gets hired because he thinks that she's a robot. And so she has to keep putting up that ruse. So it says he was a boy, she was a robot. Well, not really. In all actuality, Marie is completely, totally 100% human. But because her strange new employer seemingly despises humans, the powers that be are paying a handsome sum for her to pretend she's the latest and greatest android while protecting said eccentric master from the seemingly endless attempts on his life, which is fine. But they forgot to mention one tiny, seemingly insignificant detail. This dude absolutely dotes on inanimate objects like Marie can't believe. She's not sure what will kill her first, the assassin or his affections. And I thought this was just a funny image.
I feel like you would die. Like, if someone thought you were a robot, like legitimately, even for a day, you'd probably be mangled at the end of that day.
Totally agree. I just love how confident his pose is when he's sitting on her lap. All right. The Darwin Incident anime reveals a teaser trailer and visual. Now, I want to show you guys this. I want to show you guys. No. Yes? No. Okay, we're going to watch the trailer first. I'm trying to remember what I planned for this. We're watching the trailer.
ヒューマンジー、君は特別だよ。
A foreboding voice repeats the visuals tagline at the end of the trailer. Humanzee, you are special. Now,
wow.
Real quick.
You are my special.
I'm pretty sure that's Obama. Okay, I'm just saying.
Wow.
While Obama was president, True TV had a show starring Jesse Ventura called Jesse Ventura's Conspiracy Theory. And in season 3, they did an episode on the conspiracy of chimeras. Animals with the DNA of other animals, and namely humans, being created in a lab. And I just couldn't help but think of...
And I coined the term Humanzee.
Right? That goes on for this part.
There's been a persistent rumor that at the Yerkes Primate Center, there was an attempt to artificially inseminate a female chimpanzee with human semen from an obviously undisclosed donor. And that not only did conception occur, but pregnancy went full term and eventuated in a live birth.
I'm just saying, sounds to me like this anime is letting us know who the undisclosed donor was.
The obviously undisclosed.
The obviously undisclosed, because the security clearance is the tippity top, right? Now, the Animal Liberation Alliance, an eco-terrorist organization, rescues a pregnant chimpanzee from an animal testing lab, only for it to give birth to a half-human, half-chimpanzee humanzee named Charlie.
According to federal standards in the United States, it's prohibited to take an embryo that was made from the cells of two different species and to implant it in a human female's uterus. But it's not prohibited to take that mixture and implant it in a chimpanzee's uterus.
So, as it stands, there's no law preventing you from creating a humanzee if you use the female chimp as the carrier.
That's right.
So it was legal, is what I'm getting at here. So, 15 years later, Charlie's human foster parents are finally ready to send him to a normal high school where he makes his first friend, a human girl named Lucy. In the meantime, however, the ALA's stance has become ever more extreme, and now they're here to drag Charlie into their terrorist plot. Now, I find this fucking hysterical because the very end of this episode of Jesse Ventura's Conspiracy Theory, this is what Jesse Ventura has to say.
Hypothetically, if you bred Charles Manson to the chimpanzee, you're probably not going to get a good humanzee, are you?
There'd be some issues, yes.
Charlie. Junior. Charlie Manson Jr., right? In my head canon, this show is about a love child three-way with Charles Manson, Barack Obama, and some poor chimpanzee that resulted in the ultimate weapon, Charlie Manson Jr. Obama.
I think they just call him Charlie Manzi.
Manzi, yeah. I don't know. I've only been holding on to this for a month. A month and a half to get those clips ready. Oh, dear Lord. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Did the original mangaka for Darwin Incident just rip this whole plot from that Ventura? Yeah, pretty much. So the thing is, like, all this shit is happening. It is going on, right? And yeah, like, eventually people write stories about shit because that's interesting. I could turn that into content. He said without any ounce of guilt. As he just turned it into content. Cool. Moving past that. All right. The Gorilla Gods go-to girl English dub reveals cast and crew. So I forgot what Reese wanted me to say here.
Human male, female chimp, male gorilla, female human.
There you go. Except I don't think it works that way.
I don't.
So this is a story. This is a story where I guess different classes of nobles get to select the power of their spirit animal or some shit, and she accidentally perhaps selects the gorilla and becomes the strongest, and it's just weird. It says here, Sophie Reeler, a timid noble, chose the Gorilla God's blessing, the ultimate combat power. Now her dream of peaceful student life is shattered as the royal knights recruit her unrivaled strength. Juggling school, the nightlife, and her overwhelming power, Sophia learns the hard way that gorilla strength isn't so simple. Now, welcome to the Outcast Restaurant. Anime debuts on July 3rd. This fucking commercial is goddamn wild. Look at this. You've got the overly buff chef and the adorable patrons of his establishment. And yet you watch the fucking trailer and it is 99%. Hold on, let me do it with audio. It is 99% wholesome, slice of life style.
What's the other 1%?
And then out of fucking nowhere.
I'm not happy.
Can I please just walk you through what the fuck that was?
That's like slipping in at the first episode of Goblin Slayer into your into the middle of your Food Wars marathon.
Yes. Well, sorry, I guess I didn't go far. Is this where they reveal that this is actually a male character and the goblins were going to rape, and then like, there's a ding dong, that'd be gay. Like, what is this? Yeah, damn, he's helping her recover from goblin trauma. I'm dumbfounded. Now, it is with a very giddy voice that I announced to you that the next one's going to win. So, we've talked about there are two series that seemingly are coming out right now that have basically the same premise. And the idea was that the young high school girl shadows the past his prime detective and helps him solve crimes, right? This is one of them. Detectives these days are crazy. All right. I wanted to show you this, but I don't like the idea of showing you a long trailer that's in Japanese without subtitles. So instead, I have, for your viewing pleasure, one that I randomly dubbed and have not watched. and it's fucking wild and terrible. But I thought it would be funny to include that because I want to show you, if I remember. Oh, actually, it would be here. Yes.
Why did they even let an outsider into the village?
To die for the village. This mansion becomes an isolated island on land. In other words, a closed room. It looks like it's going to be an interesting
Is that
night.
a job request for me? What is this? I thought you guys would come. 3 years ago. What happened? Excuse me. I'm going to break the door. Oh, is this another pattern of messing up? You know, I used to be called a great detective. Isn't it that the decline in your work isn't because of your body, but because your sense has dulled? Being a detective is an interchangeable job. It's okay.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Oh my god.
When I saw this the first time we were watching it behind the scenes, I said, this girl reminds me of, like, what's her name? Kaname from Full Metal Panic a little bit. And then,
It's okay.
Whoa!
I saw all the old flags yesterday. Do you know Sherlock Holmes? He said something like this in one of his works. I kind of forgot, but it'll come to me. I'll call everyone. Hey, Mashiro. Nice to meet you, Marumatani. Please wait, Nademo-sensei. Whoa. A swarm of girls is taking off all my costumes. That's just another everyday occurrence. In my mind, I can already picture 1,000 hands. Shut up. Shut up. Who's the boss? It'll be provocation, right? Like a detective, huh? Sister, aim for the knees. Lick whichever side you like.
What? No, whoa.
Paired with the line, yikes.
Lick whichever side you like, huh? Yeah. Roppu Daisuke Yoshi-san, the rope-loving middle-aged man. Oh no.
I don't have time to run away. It's come to this. You look more excited than before. Is it thanks to that kid? Well, I'm not bored.
Wow. I honestly...
Beautiful singing.
Panko,
I might just translate auto dub every episode to watch this show.
Damn.
That might be better than the real dub. Oh, I hope you guys enjoy it.
We ever get back to doing thumbnails, so give Don in the thing the speech bubble. Panko.
It said painful. It's going itai, itai, itai in the Japanese.
Oh.
Yeah,
I like
painful.
I thought you were saying panko, like panko
No.
crumbs.
No.
My headcanon is funnier.
Oh, because he goes, ouch, painful.
Yeah.
All right.
I like mine better.
Was that part of the song, or was that something he was saying?
I think it was part of the song.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Alliance Entertainment has terminated their Diamond Comics purchase agreement. Reese, you had me share this. What do you want me to say about
I
it?
thought we covered that Diamond Comic that they were planning to buy Diamond Comics.
I thought we skipped it.
Oh, we might have skipped it. Shit. Okay.
Well,
That would be funny if we
wholesaler
skipped
and
it and we're covering the
distributor
follow-up.
Alliance Entertainment announced on Thursday through a U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission notice that it had terminated the agreement to purchase substantially all of Diamond Comics distributors' assets. Alliance Entertainment had announced on March 25th that it had won the bid to acquire Diamond Comics distributor assets.
Yeah, the thing is, they don't have any assets. Their asset was their distributing contract, which was originally valuable because they had a monopoly on Western comic distribution. But then in COVID, they decided to keep shut down.
I'm gonna take a leak.
And the Western comic people, like DC first, and then I think Marvel followed suit later. we're like, well, we can't stay shut down for as long as you want to stay shut down for. So and you're not providing us our service that we agreed to now. So they chose that opportunity to break their contract and break their exclusivity deal with them. And so now it's like, what asset do you have? You're just a random publisher, and it's not exclusive anymore. And I'm sure they're mounds in debt as well. So whoever buys them is going to have to like go into debt just to buy them. I don't know. It's just go bankrupt. Like
Damn.
I don't see the purpose in attempting to save that.
Well, that was a quick one.
Is he done already?
Wow,
Wow,
that was a quick
wild.
read of the article, or coverage, I should say.
Good lord. Did the original manga for Darwin Incident just rip the whole problem? Sure. Oh, you already read these.
When I heard Darwin Incident, I was thinking of Darwin Game or whatever. I'm like, is this related? Is this like a spin-off? Like the other anime?
I had not heard of that.
Came out a few years ago. I remember people talking about the manga before the anime was even a thing. And then when the anime came out, I don't think people really liked it.
Oh, shit.
All right.
Sorry
Sorry about that. As I left the bathroom, I was bombarded with requests for hugs. And I never don't deliver those.
Well, Random 11 just covered this whole thing.
I figured. So that's why I thought it would be a good time to go up and get up and pee. I'll learn about it during the VOD. All right. Onimusha Warlords Remaster has added Hell difficulty in the new update. Ooh.
Wow.
So Hell difficulty, I believe, was added to the game series in Onimusha 2. So for the 1 and 2 remake, they're porting it down into Onimusha 1. I don't like to play at Hell difficulty. That shit's fucking hard. So I won't be doing that. And the video is age restricted. All right, cool. There's nothing in there that's worth age restricting, but whatever. Also, Breath of Fire 4 is getting a surprise PC re-release via Good Old Games. Did they do that for Breath of Fire 3? Because that's the one I'd like to play. 4 is good, don't get me wrong, but 3 is the one that I never got to finish because of the scratch on the disc I told you guys about previously. Anyway, that's a thing. You can watch the trailer, which honestly looks really bad because it's got the original trailer intro art, but it's like 480p. Right? Like it's blurry as all get out. So
upscale.
Yep. Also, I saw this. I wanted to share it because I was going to show it as my pickups. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 topped 500,000 copies sold. But when I woke up this morning, they had reached selling 1 million copies. So there you go. Within 3 days. Now the question is, how are they doing this? And the answer is not a purple hair in sight, boys.
Nice.
God damn.
Amazing what can happen when you remove corporate bureaucracy and activists. Honestly, it is pretty amazing.
You
There's
could
also-
almost call this, they actually used old-fashioned traditional methods of creating the game at this point.
This is what happens when you say, be gone, sweet baby. All right.
Do you think that the main character looks like Charlie Cox?
No.
Because apparently
sure sounds
that's
like him, though.
Yeah, well, it is Charlie Cox.
I know.
Oh, okay. I saw a TikTok of this person thinking that it was Robert Pattinson, like for the looks of the model, and there he's like, it's not Robert Pattinson, but it damn looks like it.
That was my impression.
Yeah, he like if you pull up, I believe it's called the Lighthouse with Robert Pattinson. Like the character looks, the character design from the game looks pretty much exactly like he looks in that movie. But
yeah, yes,
it's probably not him. Probably not paid for. I don't know. Like, is it just a coincidence that he looks like that?
I mean, he doesn't look anything like that to me in the images that are popping up, but I do think I remember him in the trailer having the hat.
Well, not so much the hat, just like, you know, his hair and the eyebrows and like the face structure. You know.
No trailers anywhere in my articles, damn it. Yeah, I don't think it really looks like him. I'm looking at it side by side over here. I'm trying to find a better image of him. Oh God.
Robert.
You know, I hold on, I got it right here. I will say, you know how BioShock Infinite walked so Overwatch could run?
What?
Why are they all in black and white? What the fuck is going on?
Did you not understand what I was saying there?
No, I missed it.
Technology has evolved dramatically by leaps and bounds due to horniness.
Oh.
Which started with BioShock Infinite, right? With what's her name? What's the name of the girl in that series?
Never played it.
And I'm just saying that level of horniness is going to appear again. Because this character looks a lot like that girl from BioShock Infinite. Anyway, so this is the
this in BioShock. I don't get it. Confused.
Yeah, I think he's been out of gaming long enough that somehow his most like relevant reference for the first horny game.
Elizabeth. No? Yeah, Elizabeth.
Probably.
I can't say I'm getting the same vibes off this character.
This was the character in BioShock. For whatever reason, what is now known as Source Filmmaker, the technology that made that possible, evolved by leaps and bounds because of this character and people's needs to see her get railed on the internet. Nobody knows of this. Is this a 4chan exclusive phenomenon that only I experienced?
Was that game even made in Source? I don't know.
No, it wasn't. I'm saying that what you see
now
about the Overwatch
with Overwatch.
Yeah, okay.
BioShock walked so Overwatch could run. That was the joke I was making.
Okay.
Well, it went way over our heads.
It was like
I understood it.
Of course.
I was just like, where does BioShock Infinite come in? Like, how are they even related? Or like, that's not a MOBA or whatever game.
So, when I think it was specifically in BioShock Infinite, because the character in BioShock Infinite went from looking like this to where you say, yeah, so what? To, I don't know what this image is. I just pulled it off. I didn't play BioShock Infinite. I'm just saying. So it awoke in things in people, and they're like, fuck, I have to learn how to do animation right now. The need was too strong. Anyway, so oh no, that's a cosplayer.
Good job.
Sorry, the article I pulled this from. The article I pulled this from is in Spanish.
It's okay. Women aren't real anyway.
True. No, I guess that is her from BioShock Infinite, the one I was looking at. No, this is how she looked in BioShock Infinite. Anyway, I'm not pulling up the Rule 34 shit just to make a point.
Why not? What?
All right.
Let's
That
get
looks like
the podcast banned.
domestic abuse version.
BioShock Let's see what we get. Oh God, are there any of these I can show? Well,
I was joking.
a baby ain't saving us on any of these. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, I'm just saying, getting way back to our topic here. So this is the character you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
All right. And this is the character that Robert Pattinson played in The Lighthouse.
Yes.
I'm not
Although
seeing
I would suggest you find literally any other picture of that main character besides the one from the
I'm
cutscene.
definitely seeing Charlie Cox in that.
I'm looking for the trailer. Hold up. God fucking damn it. Oh my God. Trailer. How about I just fucking type it in? All right. Randy, I'm going to invite you.
Holy shit. What's the name of the game again?
Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I'm going to look up the teaser.
I don't see why we need to look up the trailer. We just need
Because that's where the thing you're talking about would be found.
Just look, Google image the friggin' game.
I did, and I found nothing of value.
There's multiple images.
Then present them yourself, Randy.
My lord.
Okay, here he looks slightly more Pattinson-like.
Present image file.
Is Charlie Cox also the child of a chimpanzee?
Present image file.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. I mean, I kind of get the idea. He doesn't look like Pattinson to me in your pictures.
I don't know. I think
He looks like Colin
looks.
Farrell in this one.
I don't think he looks like Charlie Cox, but I don't think any of the characters look like the people who are voicing them. To any,
I'd hope they don't. Personally,
In that first image, like this, when it showed the side of his face, I could kind of see Charlie Cox in it.
This one? I'm trying. But I need to remove whatever the hell is on there so that I can do this one.
That one.
Yeah.
Like I could kind of see Charlie Cox within when you had the side view of him.
I don't know. This looks
So
like
it's funny.
Robert Pattinson to me.
So Claire, when I started to type it in, Robert Pattinson came up as an auto search thing.
That's like a rendered image, so it's fine. But
oh, this game contains content you have asked not to see, some nudity or sexual. When did I ask not to see that? Steam. Oh, I'm not logged in. I don't have an account. Okay, well, I guess I'm done. All right. Yeah, I don't see it. I guess.
All right.
I guess last one here. Open image in new tab. Here.
I mean, I don't know how you don't see it, but okay.
I mean, the really sleepy looking eyes.
Yeah, the sunken eyes.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much it.
I just don't think it looks
that's
like
it. It's a 99% match, but you know those eyes. I don't know, man, about those eyes. I have a question.
Tell me
Would
a
it
movie
be better
where,
if it
where
was
Robert Pattinson
Edward
has
Cullen?
a beard, and then I can. better compare. As I said, I don't think it looks like Charlie Cox. I just also don't see Robert Pattinson specifically.
Well,
yeah,
2 of us see Robert Pattinson, so.
Well,
speaking of looking like characters, the Oblivion remaster came out. Are we going to be talking about that? I'll bring it up later.
I wasn't going to talk about it this week.
Oh, okay.
But
then I will bring it up now. Sean Bean is in that game, and I thought they would try and make his character look more like him.
No, they would do the opposite usually.
He looks gross. Like, the character that Charlie Bean plays looks like
Charlie Bean.
Yeah, Charlie Bean. Sean Bean.
Sean Bean's chimpanzee son.
Can we get Mr. Bean and morph of Mr. Bean?
I mixed Charlie Cox. I mixed Charlie Cox and Sean Bean. But anyway, the character design looks nothing like him, and all of the characters in that game seem to look friggin' ugly as shit. So no shocker that his character looks super ugly as well. But I thought that with the remake they would be like, oh yeah, Sean Bean's it, like remind people like Sean Bean's in this game. But nope. And
I thought they were gonna like redub it or something. I'm surprised they stuck with the old stuff.
Yeah, no, he's still the voice, but they did redub a few characters, I believe, but not his voice is still in the game.
Val,
but not his face.
Val is also lost on the. No, wait, this is from only 3 minutes ago. So maybe he's not lost and is a man of culture who knows of the history of BioShock in the porn industry or whatever. Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh God! Please finish. Screenshot. Yes.
Wow, you're asking us to finish you off?
I don't know where to put this image, but I'm gonna have to do it this way. What is? Oh, that's the Ryoko thing. Okay, here it goes. Downloads. All right. Here's Charlie Bean. Now, I'm going to ask you to put your hand up and cover the whole thing. And now I want you to slowly print. And then I'm going to ask you, when you get to his nose, where that's the thing that's covered, is that Gandalf?
Yeah.
Because as it was rendering, on chat, it does like a 90s website load, right?
Yeah.
like fuck, it's Ian McKellen. Oh, there's Charlie Bean. All right, let's get back on time here. All right. Oh, this strep throat is going to be fun at work tomorrow. Can't wait to get everybody else sick. It definitely helps that I thought it was a good idea to have the habanero mango whiskey. All right. Ubisoft claims players don't own their video games in an explosive ownership lawsuit over racing game The Crew. Meanwhile, Ubisoft's thinking, yeah, fucking, we're bankrupt. Just take it. In a newly uncovered court filing, Ubisoft has stated that players never actually owned their copies of The Crew, but instead received a limited license to access the game. The declaration comes as part of an ongoing Ubisoft game ownership lawsuit filed in California after the company shut down the game's servers in March of 2024, making it completely unplayable. The class action lawsuit, originally filed in November of 2024, claims that Ubisoft failed to clearly disclose the nature of the transaction, selling a full-priced product while retaining the right to revoke access at any time. In February 2025, Ubisoft filed a motion to dismiss the case. According to court documents reviewed by Polygon, Ubisoft's legal team stated, quote, "The reality is that consumers received the benefit of their bargain and were explicitly notified at the time of purchase that they were purchasing a license." The filing further claims that Ubisoft allegedly misled purchasers of its video game, The Crew, into believing that they were purchasing unfettered ownership rights in the game rather than a limited license to access the game. Ubisoft also argued that no actual harm occurred, dismissing the plaintiff's claims of false advertising and unfair competition by stating there was no cognizable injury. When The Crew launched in 2014, it was marketed and sold like any standard video game, priced at $59.99 USD in both physical and digital formats. However, the game required a persistent internet connection to function. That's going to become important later. Even for single-player content. Real important for a minute. When Ubisoft ended support and shut down the servers, the game became completely inaccessible. In their amended complaint filed in March 2025, plaintiffs submitted images of the physical packaging. The activation code listed an expiration date of 2099, which the plaintiffs argue misled consumers into believing they were buying a product with long-term viability. A new claim introduced in the amended filing concerns in-game currency. The plaintiffs argue that purchases of currency within The Crew fall under California's gift certificate laws, which prohibit expiration. Because the game was made unplayable, any remaining currency effectively expired, prompting an additional legal complaint on that basis. This element of the Ubisoft game ownership lawsuit raises broader questions about digital economies, DLC, and microtransactions, especially in games where publisher-controlled servers determine functionality. Ubisoft has until April 29th, 2025, that's Tuesday, to file its next response to the amended complaint. Meanwhile, some players have managed to revive The Crew through unofficial means. A group of modders has recreated the necessary server-side infrastructure, allowing limited functionality despite the official shutdown. Ubisoft has not commented publicly beyond the filing itself. As debate over digital ownership and consumer rights continue, the outcome of this lawsuit may have a lasting impact on how companies handle server-dependent titles and how consumers understand what they're really paying for. That's a fucking letdown of an article, but I guess next week we'll know more. In other news, Ubisoft has also been accused of violating EU privacy laws via secret data collection in single-player games like Assassin's Creed and Far Cry. And The Crew.
How could they?
In the latest spot of trouble for the embattled Assassin's Creed and Far Cry series developer, a noted European privacy group has authored a formal legal complaint accusing Ubisoft of violating established EU laws, especially the GDPR, and secretly collecting single-player gameplay without the explicit consent of its users. Gameplay data, I think you mean? I don't know. Filed on April 24th by the Austria-based privacy rights NGO, which is a non-government organization, NYOB, which their name is None of Your Business. Fucking great privacy group. The complaint alleges that while playing the Steam release of Far Cry Primal late last year, a player whose name is currently being withheld by the group out of privacy concerns discovered that they were unable to launch the game in offline mode. Instead, being asked to log in to an Ubisoft account in order to allow the publisher to collect a variety of user data, including their user ID, when they launched the game, when they quit playing, and exactly how long the game kept running, which they were then passed on to a larger corporation like Google and Amazon. Upon inquiring with Ubisoft about said data collection, the company told the player that the data sent when launching one of our games is an ownership check on our servers to validate that the player's account owns the game they're trying to launch. But as pointed out by None of Your Business, they did not provide any actual explanation regarding what exact data is collected for metrics or why data packets are sent back and forth between the player and, for example, Google servers when the player is playing the single-player game. To this end, None of Your Business believes that due to both the data in question concerning player behavior and the inability for players to opt out of participation, the Far Cry dev is actively violating the EU's General Data Protection Regulation law, whose Article 6 specifically holds that outside of issues pertaining to national security and threats to public safety, a given party must get consent from a user in order to collect their info. Crucial in the balancing test between user rights and data collection allowances is to recognize that collecting data from the data subject as they play the video game is tantamount to monitoring their behavior in their private sphere, the organization argued. The controller, aka Ubisoft, has not considered that the complainant might not want to be monitored, especially not secretly, due to the type of collected data, unless a connection between the controller. Oh, James Bond, what?
Oh. We got $5.
I guess I'll have to do more of these thumbnails.
The name is Bond.
Thank
James
you, buddy.
Bond.
Single-handedly keeping the podcast afloat.
That ChatGPT is paying for itself.
Yeah, hell yeah. Good thing I don't list it as one of the expenses on the podcast because I use it for everything every day. Where was I? Unless a connection between the controller and the complainant is strictly necessary for the service, this kind of violation of the data subject's privacy and intrusion into the private life can only be considered a direct violation of the data subject's right to respect for his private life and home as expressed in Article 7 of the Charter, and of his right to protection of personal data under Article 8 of the Charter. If you want to enter someone's home, you should be invited. Otherwise, they're trespassing, they added.
Like a vampire.
If the behavior is illegal in the physical sphere, it should be illegal in the digital one as well. There is no reason to apply a different standard. Filed with the Austrian Data Protection Authority, DSB, None of Your Business is calling for the regulatory body to investigate the data processing practices order Ubisoft to bring its data processing in compliance with the provisions of the GDPR, and also hit them with an administrative fine. So, fuck Ubisoft. But also, this reminds me heavily of that rape simulator where you get to rape your mom that we covered a couple weeks ago, and how they're like, we aren't letting you have access to the prestigious economy of the British. And we're like, fuck up. Like, what are you, 69 million people? Yeah. Woo, boo-hoo. You know, yeah, that's how I feel here. Yeah. It's like, and then Assassin's Creed didn't come out in the UK, right? As of writing, Ubisoft has yet to publicly respond to None of Your Business's GDPR claims. Yeah, so GDPR is honestly like, it's kind of bullshit in some ways. I understand the reasoning behind it. In the United States, we are an opt-out ecosystem when it comes to marketing and whatnot. Or at least we were 20 years ago. Less than 20 years ago. Let's say 15 years ago. when I was working. That was the standard, is that the US is opt-out. Literally everywhere else is opt-in, which means that in the US, if you found or paid for somebody's email, you could start sending them marketing emails. And as long as they were able to opt out, you are actually not, harshly violating anything, right? Like the way things worked, you didn't have to opt in to be harassed with junk mail and whatnot, right? But the UK has always sort of been the opposite, right? And so, I don't know, there's just like a whole bunch of stuff with the GDPR. And then there's also the standard where in the UK, every website, and because this is true in the UK, means it's also true fucking everywhere else that the internet exists. If you collect cookies, which every fucking website does, you need to have a pop-up that says, whoa, before you do anything, we collect cookies. Can you consent by clicking this button? And then every fucking website has to do this now because of this stupid law in the UK.
Yeah, and now because it's forcing you to opt in to actually see the site, and you're like, I don't care, you just move on anyway. But
yes,
now
so what it has done is the opposite of what it was set out to do. What it was set out to do was ensure that you had the authority and got to opt in to getting cookies. But what it's done is it's made it so that because cookies are like literally necessary for most website interactions to be fulfilled, if you don't allow cookies, you more or less can't use websites the way they need to be used when you go there. And so what that's done is because they've created this barrier where you have to say yes, yes, yes. Now I could put on a website like, hey, we collect cookies. And also by using the website, you agree to give me your firstborn. Select yes, right? Of course, I agree. I think that's where we're at.
Thing anymore.
Yeah, well, exactly. And the thing is that you've trained people to reflexively click OK on every single website they go to. And so now you've created the opposite problem you thought you were solving by creating a world in which people now freely give up more than they're actually expecting to when they go to a website because they're willing to hit the button that every fucking website bombards them with.
And honestly, some of the websites, yeah, some of the websites are like, they'll give you options like, only
necessary essential ones.
Yeah, but they usually don't make it easy to click that button. It's like,
yeah, some of them require you to go through the list, and it will be like, these ones are essential. Oh, these ones aren't essential, and you have to yeah.
And then they make you like, they'll forget. And then they'll make you do it again. And it's like, so it's like after the fifth time, you're like, fuck it, just okay, fine.
Give
yes,
me all cookies, God damn it. Yeah. And that's the thing is that's like nagware, right? So like the reason I don't use a PC anymore is because after Windows 7, technically after Windows 8, but they jumped over 9, right? They went straight to 10.
Yeah.
Right? So they jumped over to 10, and 10 was a free upgrade. And my alarm bells went, fucking don't get that upgrade, because anytime a product is free, it means that you are the product, right? And so when Windows 10 came out, I was like, fuck no, I'm not upgrading, right? And every time I opened my computer on Windows 7, it said, there's a free update. Would you like to install it right now? No. I shit you not. Microsoft was literally creating prompts that would come up that would say the same thing day after day after day. And then one day you'd open it and the yes and no button were switched. And they would make the no button green. And or like the yes button red, like you would normally be hitting no, so that you would still go to the same spot to click no, but now it says yes. Right? That is the social engineering to a degree.
Yeah, it's called a dark pattern when you do that kind of shit.
Yeah. And so they will create a maliciously compliant way to still force you into something. Right? And like, it's actually worse because what they've done is they basically have given a vampire the authority to knock on your door. And then when you open the door, they say, "May I please not let into your establishment?" Right? And they're basically like playing mind games with the vernacular that they're using and whatnot, and the tactics they're using, so that eventually you will accidentally acquiesce to the request, and then you've let the vampires in, right? And that's ultimately, and of course, this is no news to anybody. This is every government program ever that's designed to do something has the opposite effect and is harmful long term, right? But yeah, I don't like Ubisoft, but I also don't like the government overreach here and how it creates worse problems than it actually solves, right?
I'll just say this: if that old quote that if purchasing isn't buying, or sorry, if buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. So there you go.
Right. Yeah. If owning isn't buying, then piracy isn't stealing. Yeah. Is the often repeated mantra. Ubisoft is single-handedly pushing piracy more than any other company in history. Yeah, exactly. Quote is everywhere in regards to Ubisoft. Ubisoft Soft reports you to the police so they count as authority. If a woman clicks my button, does that mean she consents?
We can put that in fine print underneath the button.
First of all, no. Just so we're 100% clear, I am entertaining this because it's fucking funny. But first of all, of course, don't try this. There is no fucking way the courts would actually let you through it. But I do picture, Bully McGuire with an easy button on his dick, right? Push the button. And a contract, the length of a CVS pharmacy receipt says, by clicking this button, you agree to anal intercourse with Bully McGuire. Right? You've also signed an arbitration agreement, right? All right. In other news here, the 100 line Last Defense Academy localization is laden with groomer terminology. This character looks really familiar, but I don't know.
It's not Danganronpa.
It looks like
it looks like Danganronpa. Right?
Doesn't it look?
It looks like that art style. What game is this again?
The 100 line Last Defense Academy.
It might be by the artist.
Mm-hmm.
That might have hired the artist.
Let me pull this up here so we can see. So they say here, this is the original Japanese. This is the translation of the original Japanese. You're already giving up. Do high school students just give up like that? Is that true? Is kinky group sex some kind of rite of passage at this academy?
Basically the same thing. I don't see an issue.
Yeah, definitely. Japanese. Is it because I'm poor? Are you a discriminator? It's because I'm poor, isn't it? That's discrimination. I hope you get canceled and end up alone and friendless. Damn.
Take the Gen Z away from the translation button.
Yeah. I've got it. The truth. Kyo. Elementary, my dear Clarissa. Stick with me and I'll explain it all. Kyo. Oh God. Why are you laughing? That's creepy. Your laugh is way creepy, and my name's not Clarissa. Wow. Stellar work. We already looked at this.
Surprised Gen Z even watched Silence of the Lambs.
Well, did they say Clarice or Clarissa?
Oh,
Clarissa.
Yeah.
They clearly didn't watch it because they fucked it up. Right? All right, this one is you bitch. Go get a damn sex change right now. After that, I'll give you a beating.
Oof.
I can't hit girls, but I beat off guys all day, right? You're sure you're not really a dude? Now would be a great time for you to crack your egg and take a pounding. Crack your egg is a terminology that trans people use for basically pushing people into embracing being transgender. Like, oh, cracking the egg. The egg's been cracked and now they can't go back. The shell is falling away and they put on the lip gloss, right? And then we've got each one of you is unique as a snowflake. And that's okay. We're all about diversity here. A little difference of opinion now and then is inevitable. All right, so it says here, the 100-line Last Defense Academy from Danganronpa creator Kazutaka Kodaka has become the latest victim of the Western localization industry's ongoing obsession with stuffing meme slang, Twitter dialect, and inappropriate references into otherwise straightforward Japanese dialogue, because apparently nothing says immersive fantasy like a groomer phrase such as crack your egg dropped mid-sentence. Screenshots of the Western version of the game show lines of dialogue that have been thoroughly mangled by localizers with a flair for Zoomer speak and a disregard for tone. This includes not just random memes, but references with disturbing associations, such as terminology often used in online communities tied to grooming discourse. Of course, none of this is new. Western localizations have become notorious for injecting whatever happens to be trending on X, or Twitter, into games that originally had none of it. Fans of Nukitashi will remember its English release being peppered with memes and absurd social commentary. And who could ever forget Nintendo's Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door remake turning Vivian into a transgender character, a move that completely recontextualizes the character for audiences who are perfectly fine with him as is. It's the same playbook that's been applied to anime subtitle/English dubs, where ordinary dialogue is transformed into clumsy jokes, changed into commentary, or altered to push an agenda. The effect is cumulative. Every new localization laced with internet lingo or political subtext erodes trust between publishers and fans who just want a faithful translation. Is it so much to ask? All right. In other news, head pats are problematic now. Falcom fans have been slammed for innocent fan art. Here's that position again that, quite frankly, I don't believe a person can really do.
I wouldn't call that an innocent fan art, but okay.
What's lewd about it?
I wouldn't say it's lewd. I just don't say it. I wouldn't say it's innocent. Like, you're clearly looking down at her boobs. Like, I wouldn't call it innocent.
I'm pretty sure the Canadian government ruled that boobs are not sexual.
Well, I mean, you could go onto the beach topless.
Yeah, I
don't
see
that is true. Random 11 would sue someone if they stared at his feet because that would be sexual intent.
I'm not saying it should be censored. I'm just saying it doesn't look innocent to me.
I like how they phrase this. In the latest episode of Social Media Hall Monitor Patrol, a wholesome fan art submission on the Falcom subreddit featuring a simple head pat has triggered a minor outrage from the usual suspects. Those who somehow see grooming in every gesture, even if it's literally just a hand on a head. A recent piece of fan art shared on the Falcom subreddit depicting a character receiving a gentle head pat has stirred the ire of a few overly online commenters, apparently incensed by the idea that a fictional character, Agnes from Trails into Reverie, is underage and thus too pure for even a pixelated pat on the head.
Can I, once we're like mostly done with this article, can I say something?
Yeah, of course.
I have something to add to this.
These are the offending images.
Yep.
Wow. Sus. The situation mirrors past controversies in the same community, where users took issue with any remotely lewd fan interpretations of Agnes, citing moral concerns that extend well beyond the boundaries of fiction. Another day at our Falcom, someone posted this Agnes Docu review, and you would you have guessed it? The offended tourists / antis crawled out of the woodwork. Agnes Claudel Documakra cover arrived, and it is so peak. I have to gush over it endlessly. See, they just misunderstood your review.
Brave soul. I wouldn't have put those words, but
oh, well, it's time to be done with the internet for a week. Goodbye, folks. Oh, this was a great certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Oh. This time, however, there's no cleavage, no thigh shot, no suggestive positioning, just a hand patting ahead.
Can this hold you off until later?
Am I an impending force taking the castle or something? You mean tide me over?
Yes, what did I say?
You said hold me off. Like
I meant hold the hunger off.
Hold him off! Hold him off! He's breaking through!
The force to be reckoned with.
My wife brought me a protein shake or something.
Yes.
Can that hold you off from teaching her castle?
Yeah, I was gonna say it better be laced with sleeping pills or something, because that's the only thing that's gonna stop me from ravaging the castle. All right. So this time, however, there's no cleavage, no thigh shot, no suggestive positioning, just a hand patting ahead. That too is apparently a step too far. A head pat is a common anime trope, often used to depict affection, approval, or platonic camaraderie. The core of the outrage seems to stem from a broader internet obsession with filtering all fiction through a lens of real-world trauma, where even the most benign actions are seen as sinister under the right lighting or subreddit thread. Go ahead, Greenline. You want to say something?
So, not anime related, but some years back, I read these books called Warriors. It's based on Cats. I want you to bear that in mind.
Cats the musical?
No, Cats is in the four-legged.
I think I remember seeing those books at the library. Yeah,
right. The four-legged fucking felines, right? That we have as pets. It's about outdoor cats who form clans and fight and melodrama and bullshit, right? I saw online, had to have been 2 to 3 years back, people accused the cats of grooming. I want you to bear in mind that they didn't accuse the author of grooming. They accused the fictional characters, creatures, animals.
Did they have evidence at least as good as Shishomaru raising Rin into his wife?
I have no fucking clue. But I'm like, how mentally stupid, just absolutely out of fucking common sense do you have to be to accuse animals of grooming?
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, cats are known to groom.
They do, right? They are known for that. Nim is correct. But how bad is your common sense?
Yeah.
For you to accuse cats of sexually taking advantage of minors when it's like it's literally like if you present them with there is no concept of consent.
Are you sure it wasn't a joke?
No! I wish, dude. I wish. Are you sure this isn't a joke with the article we're reading here?
Right.
Yeah, where have you been the past fucking 500 podcasts where we talk about how the internet has just gone completely insane? Where they're accusing animals of sexually taking advantage of. Like it's like what?
Well, I mean, like cats groom themselves, they groom others.
Yeah.
With the proper word of use of the word groom.
They do, but what I'm referring to is
here's a simple way to ask this question. Did they accuse them of quote unquote grooming, or did they accuse them of pedophilia or other terms that would make it abundantly clear that they're not making a pun?
the second one.
The second, okay.
Because they described like the fact that one cat character was taking advantage of this cat character who was significantly younger and had been like raised and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, they're cats, right? Like, but they're characters based on human character. Like it's like I
have a question.
Completely lost me. Like I can dig the YouTube video if you want.
You're a cat, right? So
yeah,
you've got 9 lives. When you lose one, do you reset the clock on
your age clock?
On being a pedophile cat?
I don't know. Actually.
Would that be called a necrophile?
Yes. All right.
But do you see how far we've fallen from common sense to where it's like these are animals, right? Like
honestly, the big issue is that we have a mental health crisis in this country, and most of the people who are suffering acute mental illness to this degree cannot be helped.
I petition to change that word to say instead of acute, change it to an ugly.
Ugly, yeah.
No, I agree with you, Brad. I agree with you that there's a problem with mental health and people cannot distinguish fiction from reality. Like it's like this is even if you could in this specific instance distinguish fiction from reality in this specific example that I've given, you can't because it happens in reality and there's no consequences for it. Cats.
Yeah. That's a question. In cat years, how old were they?
Okay.
Green Line, I promote you to be the cat fucking police department. All right.
Yeah.
I want you to ID
age of consent.
Yeah, I want you to ID all of the cats and double check that they have consent.
I will make sure of that.
And
that they're at least
only
1.5 years old.
Yeah, they are only fucking cats that are within the appropriate age range.
The Eldian armband of I am fuckable.
Yeah. I'm gonna find that video so you can all see it and watch it and be like, oh.
All right. Curate announces multiple new titles, including new Bunny Garden games. Just take it in for a minute. Try to fathom.
That's innocent, right?
It is actually. Try to fathom what you're looking at here, real quick.
It's a bunny stuffed in her shirt.
No, her shirt has a picture of a chipmunk on it with big cheeks. But when her boobs increase in size dramatically, rapidly, it squishes the chipmunk in the middle.
How does that make it more innocent?
Because this is just printed on. These aren't boobs.
Is this this seems like something that
that's an
could
innocent underboob shot up there.
She's fully dressed. It's also a giant girl domination third-person shooter. This was necessary. Dress her as a nurse. Green Line, here are the bunnies you like. Did you get hit by the isekai truck? Anyway, moving past this to Azure Lane. See what I did there earlier? Adds lewd elves from New Kingdom of Tulipa Nation. Oh. This dark-haired elf is nice in the hair department. Can't tell if this is an elf because I can't see the ears. That's the only way to know for sure. This one doesn't look like an elf either. Oh, pardon. Kingdom of Tulipa. These are the only elves. Got it. Cool. Mm.
All right, we can move on. I think
2D live 2D is sure is impressive. This one feels illegal. Good thing it's pixels. Nice. She is 9,000 years old. This is an elf after all. Wow. That sleeve is way too long, but the rest of that shirt is way too short. Damn, that's a recurring theme with some of these characters, huh? Oh. All right, I think we'll end it with hair. There's games news. Thank you for coming.
Wow. Was that a figure at the end there?
Yep.
Something Greenline might like.
Mm-hmm. Guess he's not going to buy it off Good Smile, though. Hey, Reese, guess what time it is?
You can do it.
Cool.
There's only
Wow,
3.
how rude.
1, 2, 3.
What is this?
1,
Fuck.
2, 3.
God damn it. Motherfucker. Fuck. Hey, look, it's that thing I got to buy.
Did you buy season 1?
I did, yeah.
Or
the black cased
volume
one?
one? Yeah.
Yes.
Is this at least a whole season? Because like this whole 1.1a stuff is just like, is this like?
No, that's just the name of the
episodes,
series.
$120 for 12 episodes. Whoa. Better
Oh, is that a
better be
surprise
good.
to you?
Better not be on par with how they drew Lady in the Madhouse Devil May Cry anime. All right. So there's a Nier Automata version 1.1a, volume 2. Here is a Windbreaker, a show about guys who break wind.
A breaker of wind.
This show's really good. The fights are awesome.
Mm.
Well, I'm glad for you, Reese. Now you can pay $104 for
I'm
it.
not going to buy it, but, you know.
Oh, so it's not
13
that
episodes.
good. Yeah.
Damn, it's like the tariffs hit Crunchyroll, huh? All right, and then of course Ruby includes.
This is
exclusive art cards.
hilarious to me. Unless I'm misunderstanding something, they used to release them volume by volume, obviously, and then they started doing like, oh, volumes 1 through 3, and they went up to I think volumes 1 through 6, so you could buy that in a collection. I got volumes like 1 through 5 when it was like, I don't know, $20 or something dollars. So this is $27 for just volume 1, and there's like 9 or something volumes.
This is from Viz.
Yeah, so it's being re-released by Viz. Now, granted, you'll get like a slipcase, but
yeah, a slipcover.
Bro, like,
yeah,
they're really gonna drip feed
And
you
an
this?
exclusive art card.
They had a steelbook for like volumes 1 through 3, so it's like they couldn't even like attempt to make it more worth it.
Foul wants to know if you pre-ordered your Switch 2.
No, I'm debating whether or not to be financially responsible later.
I don't need a Switch 2. I have a Switch 1 that works just fine.
I'll probably.
I guess we could have covered that in. I guess we could have covered that in pickups, but I have my pre-order for the Switch 2.
That's not pickup.
I got it at.
Is it in stock?
It was in stock when I pre-ordered it, and then it was out of stock, and then it was in stock again, and then
Now it's not in stock.
Now it's definitely not in stock.
Are the GameCube controllers in stock?
No, not yet. If you requested an invite, the pre-orders go up May 8th. If you did not request an invite or you do not get an invite, the pre-orders go up May 13th, I think.
How do I request an invite?
On Nintendo.com switch to how to buy, and then I believe there's a thing to say, but you might have to buy the Switch. I don't. It's for the Switch, and then you would pre-order the accessories along with the Switch.
You get all 5 of your GameCubes.
Yeah, I don't. Well, it's limit 1 per person, so I'm gonna have to I can cheese it because I have the family plan, so you can put up to 8 people on the family plan. So I can make a bunch of accounts.
Does that mean our quote unquote our
will
family?
They catch you if you send them all to the same address?
No. It's per account. It's not per household or anything.
Is it okay? I told my brother I'd get him one because he doesn't have an account, right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess not, unless one of you are willing to sacrifice your GameCube controller potential.
Well, I'm sure they will eventually become allow you to buy more than one.
But it's probably it's just for now, for the time being.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good at least.
Like the N64, the N64 was limit 4 per account. So.
But now it's unlimited.
I don't know.
It's probably just a countermeasure to ensure that they stop scalpers and that people have a chance of getting it early on, so that when their stock is limited and they don't know how high ticket it's going to be, right? Yeah. So regarding Ruby, I'll just say we didn't really cover it, but Bernie Burns rebought Rooster Teeth from Warner Brothers, so that's pretty cool. Now, if only Gen Fukunaga could resurrect Funimation from fucking Sony,
Well, what's funny though is that Viz uses Warner for their distribution, so they didn't go that far down the street.
Now that Sony has moved to shutter the brand of Funimation, he might be able to buy just the branding back off of them. If you want,
I'd like to have stuff.
He'd have to start from scratch, but
yeah.
And then the last thing that I was going to say about the Switch 2 is, so I pre-ordered it. Obviously, all the websites were fucked. But I went into GameStop and was able to secure my pre-order. While I was. Pardon?
I said, you went into a physical store.
Yeah. A lot easier to fight off bots in person than online.
In the office?
And I also got another pre-order at Staples. Staples decided to just randomly give me $60 off coupon. So
holy shit.
That's nice.
Are you getting both?
Well, my brother wants one and I want one.
Oh, okay.
And he was not able to defeat the bots on the website. And he also did not want to go in store. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy him the bundle and pocket the $60 that Staples is going to give me. Maybe I'll give him $10 off. I don't know. And
he doesn't. Have you already told him about it? I said
I did.
About it. Oh,
I told him.
You failed.
And well, I mean, they might cancel the order. I also got an order at Amazon, but I'm gonna cancel that if
send it my way.
Well, if you want to pay for it.
I would have assumed
I'll
that was
see
the idea.
Goon line. How dare you?
What did he do?
Fuck.
Yes.
Did he goon too close to the sun?
He pulled me into his gooning with something I need.
Is that right?
Okay. What did you say right at the while AC was interrupting you?
I can't remember the last thing, but unless it was just me saying I'll have to see if I can get into the pre-orders myself or whatever.
Oh, okay.
This is going to get real hard real quick, so I'm going to try to keep going here.
Oh yeah, it's
All
going to get hard, is it?
So, if you guys head over to mediaocd.com, you can pick up a pre-order, because they are in stock, right, of Looking for the Full Moon Volume 1 Blu-ray with exclusive slipcover from Media OCD. Get a free cardboard slipcover with purchase. Media OCD store exclusive. That's the part I was looking for. So here's the thing. The English dub for the entire series has been found.
Yeah, I was
I thought
wondering
that
if
was
that was
nice.
confirmed or not.
Yeah. So they they released, I think, 12 volumes of this originally. Viz did. Was it 12 or was it like 7? Brain,
It's probably no more than half of the series, and there's like 52 episodes, so they found the whole thing.
Full Moon Sagashite. Was originally put out on 7 DVDs. Fuck, I'm good. after fucking it up the first time. Yeah. So they put out only a good half of it. To be honest with you, look, I don't want to say anything bad about the dub. I did not watch the show dubbed. It is a show with a lot of singing. And one thing I don't want to do is watch a show in English just for them to step up to the mic and it sounds like Britney Spears with a pre-recorded song playing while they sing because it switches to a Japanese voice actor singing in Japanese. I hate that shit, right? So I probably won't watch it in English, but it's pretty cool that it's coming out on Blu-ray. I think this was the first Arina Tanomura anime that I watched, and I recommend it. It's good.
I'll watch it, but I'll pick it up. But I was wondering in Discord, Footnum, you were like, you're talking about the dub, and you were talking about like sound cadence, but like, what was the context behind that? Because sound cadence didn't do this dub.
No,
it's
it's not
dub,
this one.
right?
It was.
No.
Are we covering that other one? Okay,
Yes.
we'll get to it.
Believe
then.
it or not, it is the next thing on the docket. Skyset Entertainment is going to release a time slip of 10,000 years Prime Rose anime special on Blu-ray with an English dub.
And you're asking yourself, who is Sky? What was it? Skyset Entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that? Never heard of them.
Well, if you go to their store,
basically their first thing.
well, no, their first thing was Beauty and the Warrior, the Indonesian animation, previously released through such notable outlets as Dollar Tree, right?
Oh, God.
Yeah, so this is one of those dollar store DVDs for Beauty and the Warrior. I'll come back to this. Let's look at time slip of 10,000 Years Prime Rose. Soul, what was that anime called? Soul, SOL. I can't remember the name of them. The licensor that they crowdfunded a bunch of anime. They released Creamy Mommy, 2 parts of the original Blackjack.
Soul
you know what I'm talking
anime?
about? Was it Soul Anime?
I don't know.
So they attempted to get this off the ground and get it dubbed and get it on disc, and they failed. And what were you telling me, Reese? Everything you've heard about this was that, thank God, right? Like, it's basically very poorly rated.
Yeah, yeah.
Tezuka,
three.
Tezuka made.
Like, sorry, or just three reviews on my anime list, and all of them are negative.
Yeah. So Tezuka released this, and he did the manga for it.
Yeah, it was a 4-volume manga.
He had a distinct problem where fans wanted him to make her more
Sexy.
innocent.
No, you're
No,
innocent. Okay.
more innocent,
I thought it was more sexy.
but to also increase the fan service.
Okay.
And this frustrated him because he's like, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. So the series ended. So
Wow.
that's how I understand this went down. It says here, on this very easy to read website. Great fucking job, guys. Oh yeah, that's readable. Nope.
That helps.
Nope.
I remember Lance said blue on white is his like arch nemesis, so this would be like
I can't fucking see shit. Okay. A powerful entity known as Death Mask hurls hold on. Can I hit read more? Oh god, there's more.
No! Just copy it to a word without formatting.
A powerful entity known as Death Mask hurls Kakegurui City, Japan, and Dallas, Texas, 10,000 years into the future, reshaping them into a ruthless battleground where only the strongest survive. Determined to shatter this tyrant's hold on time itself. Oh, that's not a comma. That's just a speck on my screen. Determined to shatter this tyrant's hold on time itself. Guy Tanbara ventures into the dystopian future. Along the way, he meets Emiya, a fierce warrior fighting to reclaim her city from the darkness. Together, they confront the horrors of a shattered world and the sinister forces threatening the fate of humanity. This anime was part of the charity event 24-hour television Love Saves the Earth. The original work of the same name was serialized in Weekly Shonen Champion from July 1982 to June 1983. However, at the time the anime project was proposed, the manga had not yet finished, so a new synopsis was written specifically for the film. Oh, interesting. Wait, it's a film?
It's 90 minutes. It's almost 90 minutes.
Damn. I thought
why
it was
do you
a
think
series.
it was
No wonder they dubbed it.
out by them?
So the Blu-ray also includes English dub outtakes, English dub interviews, staff commentary, trailers, and pre-production sketches from Tezuka
Oh my
Productions.
god. So now that it's not Funimation and all this crap, it's like, oh,
Well,
now we'll
that's
give you the
David
extras.
Wald found work after Crunchyroll.
So now that it's not a Funimation production and all this stuff, I'm not saying it was before, but I'm just saying we've been like, where's the extras? Where's the like dub outtakes and all this crap? Now we're getting it, but we're getting it with the company that's going to be absolute cancer. That's like, oh yeah, we'll do interviews with people you don't even know because oh my god, we're so special. Like everyone wants to know what we have to say. So to cap it off, who is Skyset Entertainment?
I guess I'm just going to delete the Blue Sky link here we don't need anymore because it says right here, note, this product is manufactured on demand with BDR recordable media.
Hmm.
Well, they're definitely a
For
startup.
the first time on Blu-ray.
First time on VR.
Yeah, so this company, I looked into their About Us and all that stuff, and the like founder or whatever is what's their name? Like Hayden whatever.
Let me just look at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at this real quick. This is the other one. Beauty and the Warrior, right? I find this hilarious. Banished for falling in love with a human, Princess Nawang Wulan is cast out alongside her sister Mayang Sari, who eventually rises to power in the kingdom of Mantaram. But their peace is threatened when warrior brothers Bartara and Megachandra set their sights on a legendary sword said to hold unimaginable power. When Bartara infiltrates Mantaram and forges an alliance with Mayang Sari, the sword's sudden appearance sparks a bitter feud between the brothers. Driven by jealousy and ambition, they clash in a battle that will shape the destiny of their worlds. Includes a brand new English dub with a brand new voice cast, rewritten story, new music, and re-edit of the film. However, as I understand it, it has the original English cut that was provided in Indonesia, the original dub, with English subtitles and the new English cut with English subtitles. But note, this product is manufactured on demand with DVD-R recordable media. So they're burning this shit in-house, duplicating instead of replicating. Here's the About Us.
Yeah, so the founder is Hayden Davis, and you might be like,
it's at least better than Hayden whatever.
That is a better name.
I guess. It's you might think, oh, this person seems familiar. That name, where have I heard it? So Lovely Complex's dub when they were doing the sound cadence stuff. This individual was cast as one of the characters. And,
is this the it? It or whatever?
Probably no. So this is the one that was, as I like to put it, like a Canadian fugitive or something like that fled and married Alejandro Saab or whatever. And Random 11 said that Alejandro Saab is gay if Hayden identifies as like a they he or something. So anyway, these are the people that are running this new Skyset Entertainment business. To what I say is, it sounds like they're making a sound cadence too, so that they can get work again after they had that blunder. And Discotheque.
Do you think it is at all possible for them to outdo the dub I made for the detective whatever show?
That might be a pretty difficult bar to set.
No way, right? I'm a one-man team and I can ouch. It pains. Or where is it? Painful.
And as you kind of brought up how they have a blue sky, it's like, all the right things.
That's about right.
I know great things are to come.
All right, I'll bring up their blue sky, whatever. It's already in the doc. Yeah, so they said at this time, Prime Rose will be released as an on-demand BDR as a small independent studio. We're currently working with a limited budget, which makes large-scale disc replication a bit out of reach for now. Look, I hope they get the best. I hope they release shit that I've been waiting for, like Dog Soldier. Podcast Magic, Dog Soldier on DVD.
You want them to handle this. Wow.
Because otherwise, Kyono Go no Ni, there's a bunch of anime I have seen that is not in my collection, and that is not okay. The Tenjo Tenge OVA, the Aura Battler Dunbine OVA, the Kino's Journey OVA dubbed, thank you very much. I would like all of these. Thanks. Let's make it happen. All right. Oh, God. I'm going to wake up with a fireball in my throat. I know it.
Rip.
Shall I show them our new merch that's not uploaded yet, or should I make them wait, Reese? Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist?
Up to you.
Let's see if I can find it quickly. Oh, found it. Can't share that one. That's a secret for later. All right. So this is, if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, you guys can shop at Southweed. Maybe sort of. I don't know if it works. Haven't tested it in a while. It's been on the back burner. Soon, the OCA podcast store is going to have such merch as Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist, which we have been talking about since like podcast 35. Right? So he resembles Robert Pattinson, though, right?
I'm not seeing that one.
Anyway, you can also just buy yourself a current year beauty standard Ogloy shirt. It's a premium product. I still haven't fixed how faded it looks. The actual product print's great. It looks fucking as good as the digital.
It's beautiful, you might say.
It is, in a way that only the current year.
Oh, I did it on purpose.
Goddamn.
And AC was the one who ruined that, but.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. All right. Now that we're done with that, you can also buy the back of the shirt.
It comes free with the front of the shirt
for a limited time. Imagine you buy a shirt, you open it up, and there's no hole because it's just the front of the shirt. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, Blu-ray recorded. Yep. Black-ray disc probably. Oh, Warner Brothers owns Ruby Printing and Philly factory in the U.S. Oh, good for them. That's how the price is so low, except for the part where Footnum said that volume 1 through 6 was like $20. Yeah. All right. Resident Evil herbs are going to be sold as herbal teas at Capcom stores in Japan. Ugh, I'm dying.
Wait for a minute.
These look like food coloring dyes for egg dyeing.
Yeah. It looks to me like, like you're just drinking out of a Petri dish with food coloring in it from that angle. I think it's funny too because Footnum, do you remember what game they integrated the blue herbs and the yellow herbs into? I think the yellow herbs was 4.
I don't know, because in Resident Evil 5, you have red herbs, you have green herbs. I don't think they had yellow herbs.
Well,
or even blue.
Yellow herbs are the ones that make your maximum health bar bigger.
They didn't have that in 5, I don't think.
And the blue one is the nature's Viagra, right? That also makes your health bar bigger.
I don't think I even remember it in 6. Or are you sure they even had them? Like maybe they were an old mechanic.
They might be.
Rid of
They
them.
might have been in 8. Well, the reason I ask is because they used the rendered image from the game on the tea packet, and red and green use the exact same model, just rendered out blue. Red and green. I'm like, what? Blue and yellow are different, meaning that they weren't in the original game where they pulled the red and green one from. So I don't know. I was just thinking, like,
What
anyway,
are you talking about?
the little image
Resident
here
Evil.
of the herb. This is the item in game
Oh, okay.
versus what they're actually putting in it, which doesn't look anything like what's producing this in the picture here, right? Anyway, moving past that. Studio Ghibli, merchandise whores as they've become. Studio Ghibli cushions to cozy up mean you can finally give No Face the hug he needs. I mean, it looks like a great thing to put on my chair for back support. I wanted to just fucking lay on his ass all day. There's also the Catbus and the Soot Sprite. There's also the Catbus Suka-John and the Totoro Suka-John. Fuck, this is gonna be a rough night. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't delay the podcast. We'd be 3 weeks gone. And then there's this, a sweater with Haku sweatshirt. Okay, anyway, moving past that. Studio Ghibli unveils new anime hug pillow from Whisper of the Heart. I feel like I need to sue them. Like, they're encroaching on Stealth Weeb territory because this thing shows up in one ass shot, right? Like, they're like, wait a minute, some asshole will buy that. My entire business strategy out the window. It was too good not to sell. All right. Also, Princess Mononoke, ugly ass accessory. I can't help but notice they chose not to include pictures of the character wearing it, because
Yeah, also, yeah, like it's a crystal, not a whatever the fuck that.
That would just make it obvious how bad it looks, right? These are a little bit better, but she doesn't have the face from the
God damn it.
From the mask.
Fucking goddamn.
How is this so hard? She doesn't have the face from the mask on. Oh, no. Okay, moving past it. Is it canonically how it's supposed to look now? I feel like if you bought these, you should color them in, right? Oh, and then a ring, which Randy and I were talking, it would make a much better bracelet of the
like the corruption or the the malice,
the
whatever
hentai
the fuck
ring.
you want to call it.
All right, and now, thanks for bringing me in to your pain, Green Line.
You're welcome. Also, I left a link to a
yeah, to the thing that I want to buy.
Oh, is that
Yeah.
right? I didn't think you'd want to buy something that tacky. I thought that was just for Goon Line's entertainment.
No, this is a must own once we watch our next Watch Club. Ugh. Yeah. Who's buying this baby?
Buy it for you.
It's only 39,000 yen. Or whatever.
Or whatever.
Worth every penny. And they even gave us the shot.
They did.
They always are so good at lining it up with the ass. I don't know how. Truly incredible. Yeah, 39,600. Oh, God, that's not fun. I deflated once I saw that price. All right, archive that real quick. Okay, back to this. Good Smile halts USA pre-orders due to tariffs. So we've chosen not to cover the tariffs that much because I don't want to get in the habit of saying Trump has tariffed the country 150%. And then the next podcast, update, Trump has tariffed country 175%. Update, Trump is now tariffed before the episode even ends, 270%. You know what I mean? We have a newspaper on our stairs, and the headline is exactly how much the U.S. is tariffing every other country. And I was telling my brother-in-law, it should just have every single one of them have an infinity symbol with an asterisk next to it that says subject to increase, right? So in a move that has surprised some, Good Smile Company has emailed customers noting they are halting all future pre-orders in the USA over ongoing tariffs. The new email has confirmed Good Smile is halting all future pre-orders to the United States due to the ongoing tariffs by the Trump administration. The email stresses that the move will probably be temporary as management assesses risk due to the uncertainty of the current tradeway. For those unfamiliar, Good Smile is a premier Japanese manufacturer of products based on popular anime and numerous video games. It is known especially for its Nendroid brand of plastic figures. Reese, how will you survive? But it is also known for its brand of Figma toys and scale figures. Now, pre-orders for those items have been put on hiatus, though only for customers in the USA. Last month, Nintendo also delayed its pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 in America due to the tariffs, and have a number of other companies. Here's the full message from Good Smile. Dear GoodSmileUS.com customers, we are reaching out to inform you of important changes to pre-orders on our site. Due to the rapid and ongoing shifts in the international trade policy and the resulting uncertainty around U.S. tariffs, we have made the difficult decision to temporarily pause all new pre-orders on GoodSmileUS.com. In addition, we will be delaying shipments of products entering the U.S. until further notice. This decision was not made lightly. The unpredictable nature of the current tariff environment has created significant challenges in both cost and logistics, and we want to ensure that we can continue providing the level of service and transparency you can expect from us. If any of your existing pre-orders are delayed beyond their expected release timelines, we will contact you directly with more details and available options. You may have noticed recent price adjustments on our site. These reflect the current tariff conditions. However, should the situation improve before your item is ready to ship, We will adjust your order to reflect a lower price accordingly. That's nice. So you can order, but you can't pre-order. As noted, we are temporarily holding off on outbound shipments for future pre-orders that have not yet arrived in the United States. Once this situation becomes more manageable, we will resume normal fulfillment. Should tariffs still be in effect at the time of shipment, and if a fee must be added to your order, we will provide ample notice, including the option to cancel should you prefer not to proceed. However, there is no action required at this time. We truly appreciate your patience and understanding during this unpredictable time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to our customer service team at blah, blah, blah. Anyway, yeah, so I guess it was pretty much in the headline. I wonder if the tariffs thing is going as well as Trump wanted. Like, we've gotten some major concessions from some countries, but the other countries that haven't bent over to, give the U.S. their due, I wonder what he's going to do. He's going to send J.D. Vance to meet their leader, and then that leader will drop dead? Is that how that works?
No
I
idea.
don't know, but I do not like the tariffs. That is for sure. It is frustrating.
Sucks to finally be held accountable. Right.
Well, it's just like every company isn't like, again, if there was a set plan and he was following the plan, and maybe not following the plan is his plan, but it's causing companies to do what Good Smile is doing. It's just like, we can't
unpredictable is the
yeah, but like companies can't run like that, so they can't be like, well, we're gonna make a shipment and we're expecting 20%, and then all of a sudden it's 400%. It's like, okay,
when Britain said, well, if you're not going to play nice with your rape game, then you can't have access to the European or the British economy. And the US said, fuck off. But also, you can't have access to the U.S. economy. And all of a sudden, everybody's like, no, the largest consumer on earth. Right. Britain's threat fell on deaf ears, and nobody gave a shit. Right. All right.
Well,
Yeah,
not just the trading, but also the in the fines and stuff that they've they impose these erroneous regulations like the cookie law, and then they fine people for not complying with it, and it's like, those are American businesses that you're trying to manage. Now America did finally step up and do something themselves, which is they're gonna fuck over Google, but I don't see them doing it to European companies. So there is an imbalance there too. It's it's the meme is when we were 9 watching Star Wars Episode 1, and the opening crawl is about a trade war. What we didn't know at the time was how how crazy trade wars could get, or whatever, right? George Lucas knew.
Yeah.
The Trade Federation.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Old man says, was it blue and green that created an antidote in Resident Evil? Yes. And since you said that, that made me realize, yes, Resident Evil 3, I used it because of the place where Jill goes through the plants and the.
I looked it up after we went to the next article, and it looks like
it is
yellow is in
Resident Evil
4, and then I think other 1 or 2 others before that, and then blue is It's weird. It almost looks like
practically
it's
all of them. Yeah.
It's in like everything but 5 almost.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. It looked more like 0, 1, 2, 3. I don't know if it was put in the remakes specifically, but either way.
So yellow appears in Resident Evil Gaiden, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil the deck building game, and Resident Evil Resistance.
Yes, lots of relevant games.
Yeah, of which only one of those is a game people play for. Right?
Yeah, so basically Resident Evil.
You're
4
telling me you
yellow.
don't play Resident Evil the deck building game?
No. Anyway, I don't know what this is in reference to, Matrix. So Foul says, why is a tariff an issue when we do it? Every other country tariffs us and it was fine. So yes, and truth be told, and this is why I keep joking, like sucks to be held accountable, is the idea that America has been getting tariffed all this time, right? And now that we are making it free trade, like an actual equal exchange here where we tariff just like you're tariffing us, all of a sudden it's a problem, right? But the issue that Randy's talking about is the fact that Trump's game, and this is great for America, like don't get me wrong, like we are going to benefit from this, but Trump's game is to be unpredictable and to give them a offer that is so outrageous they couldn't possibly accept it, right?
So they settled for higher than what you actually wanted.
Well, that's the big ask, right? Is to give them an offer like, look, all we're asking for you to do is ABC. And if you want the tariffs to not be 7,000%, then you need to move on ABC, right? And a lot of places have been bending over to do that because obviously they're not going to survive if they don't, right? And they don't know how serious Trump is. And the longer that places like China and whatnot try to hold out and call his bluff, the worse it's going to get. Because quite frankly, he doesn't give a fuck, right? Like he will absolutely let China not be able to import to America anymore and not give a shit, right? Like who fucking cares, right? And of course, we've got the media and bullshit in America trying to make it out to be different than it is. Writing articles about, oh, cell phones are going to cost $20,000, except for the part where those were exempt, and all that kind of shit. But yeah, totally right. Like both opinions on the matter are valid, Val. We're just pointing out that for Randy and Footnam in Canada, because of the sliding scale and the never, committing to an actual thing, and it's like it could be whatever on a whim the next day, that creates a situation where, just like what we were talking about with the GDPR in Europe, that gets rolled out across the board everywhere because it becomes impossible to maintain your biggest market without applying the standards for that market across the board to everywhere, right? Kind of like
I don't
how
like about it mainly is how it's basically there are some instances where it's like it's giving the opposition ammunition to have a hit against Trump or whatever.
Oh,
so
that's
like
a completely separate
What
thing. Like
opposition?
he's totally made the Liberals fucking win this election, the
In
Canadian
Canada?
election.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I mean,
look,
Well,
all you had to
basically
do
what I mean is like
ABC. Give us all of Canada, become the 51st state, right? Like ABC, just get fucking bend over already.
I hate how everyone's freaking out about like, oh my god, Trump said he wants to make us a state. He is not respecting our sovereignty.
yeah. Well, the elbows up stuff is also super cringe. Like,
The what?
I don't know.
Elbows up?
You haven't heard that? Yeah.
Is that what he's doing? Yeah. Foul says we tariff and we're starting a trade war. Like European companies are Home Depot alone dwarfs.
What?
European. What? Oh no. Okay. European. Okay. Home Depot alone dwarfs the European economy. Is what you're saying? Okay. Yeah. Resident Evil and the deck building game should just be Chris and Claire Redfield building backyard decks. It would sell great on Steam. They
What's
love
that?
job
Dude, there's that
simulation.
on Steam. They have a deck building, roguelite deck building game
Mhm.
about literally building decks.
So, yandere woman cuts off boyfriend's finger to stop him marrying another woman.
Oh God.
Uh-huh.
That is not an
Is this
innocent picture.
Is this Amber Heard? A 23-year-old
keeper.
Osaka woman has been branded a real-life yandere after her deranged campaign to claim her boyfriend culminated in severing his left ring finger with an axe to prevent him from marrying another woman.
You can't marry her now.
Look, she just wanted a piece of him to carry around at all times and to feel his touch in places on demand. That's all she wanted. It's innocent.
The Osaka police arrested unemployed suspect Saki Sato this week, exposing her alleged psychotic abuse against her partner in his 20s, who endured months of torture that included facial beatings and nipple mutilation.
Pay good money for that.
You have to be getting off on it. Like, how do you let her cut your finger off?
I don't know.
And nipple mutilate.
Yeah, according to the Sonozaki police station, Sato's yandere rampage unfolded between September 2023 and January 2024 at the couple's shared home.
How is this man supposed to breastfeed?
Yeah. Not content with repeatedly punching her victim in the face, the unhinged woman reportedly escalated to using scissors to slice off one of his nipples before finally grabbing an axe and chopping off his ring finger.
Wow, I'm surprised she only got one.
Yeah, seriously, right? Yikes. The police found the severed finger stored in a liquid-filled bottle inside the couple's refrigerator. The victim explained that the attack stemmed from Sato's suspicions of infidelity, stating, "She cut off my finger to prevent me from marrying another woman." Saki Sato had been arrested 3 times on suspicion of assault, with all cases already prosecuted under the same charges. Just throwing this out here, Future Diary Watch Club win. I have yet to watch it.
I started to watch it, but it was did not pull my interest.
JT Vega says, I want them to tariff India for all the fucking phone calls I get from them trying to scam me for insurance. Old man says, I thought Trump talking about Canada becoming a state was him pushing nationalism in Canada. Before being nationalistic was a dirty word. Now they are all united against Trump. It's like he's playing the heel or a bad guy in wrestling. Yeah.
It is funny how now it's like up here they're like saying, "Oh, Trump's horrible, blah blah, his terrible tariffs." So we should make ourselves more self-sufficient and not relying on America. It's like we should have been doing that anyway. Like,
yeah.
Which, by the way, is basically exactly what Trump is doing, right?
You're right. He's giving it to the liberals.
Self-sufficient.
As far as America's concerned, that doesn't fucking matter to us. All right. They're going to be just as incompetent as always. Yakuza member arrested for renting a car once in 2022. Crime does pay, but gets arrested for it. These days, it seems like we're asked to make an account or subscribe for everything in daily life, from Baskin-Robbins to public television. This makes things hard for members of Japan's many Yakuza clans, as the organized crime exclusion ordinances have made it illegal for any company to enter into a contract with a known member of an organized crime group. I like the idea that when somebody walks in, they're like, yes, thank you. Give me your ID. Okay. I just need to refer you to my wall of known criminals. Oh, sorry, Mr. Yakuza. Nice try. Like, I'm just going to do a quick background check. like Yakuza, like an image of the guy. An image of the guy comes up, but he's got like an eye patch, and like a scar, like a freaking beard or something. Oh man. Okay.
Didn't we read an article like a while ago that said that they all use like old ass phones because none of them can get on
Can't
like
upgrade. Yeah.
new plans?
Can't get on smart grid. Whenever you sign up for some service in Japan, you know what you could do though is get a Huawei phone or something. I'm sure they're not bound. Whenever you sign up for some service in Japan, the application usually has some sort of fine print clause wherein by signing, you are declaring you do not belong to any criminal groups. This creates a catch-22 for those who are members of such groups because signing the document would be a clear evidence of fraud with their name written all over it. As a result, police have been nabbing key members while doing seemingly innocuous things like buying mobile phones or watching baseball games. And on the 15th of April, the latest such occurrence happened when a high-ranking member of the Sumiyoshi Kai was arrested simply for renting a car. Whether it's traveling on a budget or not getting arrested, Japan's public transportation really can't be beat. The 43-year-old man is accused of renting a car in Waco in Saitama Prefecture. Probably Wako, I'm sorry. I just couldn't.
Waco Mundo.
For 2 days and one night to get a little rest and relaxation back in September 2022. He then returned the car, paid the fee of roughly 10,000 yen or US $70, and went on his way. Ugh. Given the length of time,
He's like, not on my watch.
Yeah. Lupin, you get back here. I'd watch a whole series of Lupin just shopping at the grocery store. You know, Zenigata is always right behind him.
Like takes a box of cereal off the shelf and Zenigata's face is like right there.
Like when you see in movies where they're in the characters are in the library and they pull
exactly.
Out the like, looking through. All right. Given the length of time from offense to arrest, it would seem like the police were looking for a reason to pick this suspect up and went digging for any kind of streaming subscription or point club offer they could nab him on. These types of arrests on charges of fraud are very useful for police as they allow them to launch investigations into Yakuza businesses dealings and find other criminal activity. The suspect is currently refusing to speak with police. Can't they make a non-criminal organization or be a standalone complex instead of an organization? I'm not a member of a group. I'm an individual of 11 other individuals, right? Who collectively are known as the individual 11, right?
Like the
random 11.
No, the group from
I'm sorry. That was perfect.
The group from the Ben Stiller movie,
Mystery Men.
Wasn't there a group called like the Lone Wolves in that movie?
I don't know. I never saw that movie.
There was one where they maybe it was a Adam Sandberg movie. But anyway, no, Sandberg, the guy from Lonely Island. Anyway, there's a joke.
Sandberg.
Andy Samberg, yes, sorry. There was a joke at one point where they're like, the joke is, "Oh, I'm part of the Lone Wolves," and they're like, "Don't you mean the Lone Wolf?" No, the Lone Wolves, because there's more than one of us. But then you're not alone.
All right. The suspect is currently refusing to speak to the police. The reaction in online comments was a mix of surprise and confusion about why someone would be arrested for renting a car and paying for it properly, even if that person is a gangster. Others were left wondering what a Yakuza boss was doing renting a car in the first place. They can't buy anything in their own name. Yakuza don't seem to have human rights. He rented a car. The fiend! How did the police even find that out? 5,000 yen a day is pretty cheap. Did he get a compact? He's a Yakuza boss and he doesn't even have a car? Is renting a car bad? What about buying one? Can they renew their driver's licenses? For the record, Yakuza members can renew their driver's license since no commercial contract is made there. As for buying cars, it's possible, but very tricky. The key point of the Organized Crime Exclusion Ordinance is that contract can't be made that involve members of criminal organizations. Where was I? So most dealership purchases would be out of the question. Yakuza members also wouldn't be able to get bank loans to finance a car purchase, and insurance would be a major hurdle because even if they got policies before the ordinance was enacted in 2011, those would be subject to review periodically and whenever cars were changed. Organized crime members would generally have to get a car in someone else's name or in the name of a company that acts as a front. Damn, if only there was some crime way to get a car. Like in the video game, Grand Theft Auto. Damn. Organized crime members would generally have to get a car if in someone else's name or in the name of a company that acts as a front. But this still makes them vulnerable to fraud charges. The bottom line is that Yakuza members in Japan have a hard time doing most everyday things we take for granted. It just feels like a swiper, no swiping level of fighting crime. You know what I mean? All right. I was supposed to read this article beforehand to determine if it's going to be recapped too much here, but they're both kind of short, so I'm just going to go ahead and read both. Naked Saitama man arrested after deadly GTA style. Awesome segue. I fucked up there. Hit and run. Taxi jacking spree. See, Japan has all these weird laws to try to catch the Yakuza. But if you really read the fine print, as long as you're naked, right? A fully naked, deranged Saitama man was arrested after being suspected of involvement in a deadly GTA-style hit-and-run and taxi jacking spree that resulted in multiple injuries and one death. The suspect, identified as 48-year-old Daisuke Nishimura, occupation unknown. Hello. Occupation unknown, was seen wandering around the streets at night while naked and screaming. Later, at around 9:30 p.m. on April 22nd, Nishimura was arrested for trespassing onto the premises of a cram school in Soka City in Saitama Prefecture. According to the police, a teenage student and a 50-year-old teacher at the cram school sustained minor injuries during the incident. The teacher, who was suddenly attacked, recounted, "About 10 minutes before class ended, I heard the door open. When I went to check the entrance, I came to face with the suspect." Yeah, I'd rather come face to face with a naked guy than face to something else. At the time, over 10 students were present at the school. Quote, "I asked him, 'What are you doing here?' He then struck me on the left side of my head with a mug he was holding. I ended up needing 10 stitches. 50 minutes earlier, a car believed to be driven by Nishimura was involved in multiple incidents across Saitama Prefecture. In Saitama City, 2 motorcycles were struck in a consecutive hit-and-run incident on a prefectural road." She keeps leaving. A 46-year-old office worker, Matsunobu Yoshida, was killed, and a 45-year-old man was injured. Damn. That 1 year makes a difference. Approximately 500 meters away, the suspect collided with a car driven by a woman. The naked man abandoned his own vehicle, stole the woman's car, and fled. 7 minutes later, he crashed into a taxi carrying 2 passengers, then stole the taxi and escaped. Were the passengers still in it? Like, these are details I need to know. A representative from the taxi company described the scene, quote, he climbed onto the taxi's hood, smashed the windshield. I wish I had read this and cut in the scenes from the Terminator where this fucking happened. He climbed onto the taxi's hood, smashed the windshield, got down, opened the door, and dragged the driver out. God damn! I'm just thinking about in the first Terminator movie when Sarah Connor is trying to explain this to the police, and they're like, probably broke every bone in his hand. Right? How did he break the thing? It probably broke every bone in his hand. Right? Oh man. The suspect, still naked, continued causing chaos. A resident near the crash site said, quote, it looked like he was driving recklessly before crashing here. The passenger side of the taxi was completely wrecked. Thanks. I almost didn't see him. After abandoning the taxi, Nishimura is believed to have walked to the cram school. Footage from the scene also shows him attempting to break into another residence. During police questioning, Nishimura stated, quote, it will be problematic to answer that. Authorities are investigating the full details of the case with multiple injuries reported across a series of incidents. No, the video is private. And then this is the other take on it, which is a bit, I don't know, we'll see what it is. Saitama police continue to piece together man's naked rampage spanning 3 cities. Long list of crimes committed in about an hour continues to grow. Over the years, there have been some pretty egregious crimes and acts of criminal recklessness, but an incident recently occurred in Saitama Prefecture that was so widespread and mindless that police are still trying to get a sense of everything that happened. Here's the latest account of 48-year-old Daisuke Nishimura's alleged streak of assaults and endangerment that resulted in multiple injuries and 1 death. But the list of offensive has been constantly growing. At around 8:40 p.m. on the 21st of April, the suspect was allegedly driving in Saitama City when he hit 2 men riding motorcycles, we know this one, fatally injuring one of the riders. The collision became a hit and run when Nishimura allegedly fled the scene. However, about 500 meters down the road, and into Kawaguchi City, he crashed head-on into another car at an intersection, ramming it repeatedly. He exited the car, revealing himself to be completely naked except for some shoes, and then stole the car of the woman he crashed into and drove off with it. I can't wait to find out what drugs he was on, right? That's going to be the real fun part. Nishimura took the stolen car about 2.5 kilometers into Kawaguchi, where at about 9 p.m. he allegedly stopped at a convenience store and shoplifted some items. Be cool, be cool. Walking naked. No gun or anything. Not like nobody move. Just stroll on in your shoes and nothing else. Grab some items. Sometime after that, he crashed his stolen car into a taxi that had 2 passengers in the rear seat. According to someone in the taxi company, Nishimura climbed onto the hood of the cab and started banging on the windshield before opening the front door, dragging the driver out while shouting, "I'll kill you!" And still, hey, that doesn't get as much mileage when you're naked as "I'll rape you," and stealing the taxi with the passenger still inside. Crucial information Sankaku Complex failed to disclose. He was said to have driven the taxi for 20 minutes into neighboring Soka City before crashing the stolen taxi with its passengers still inside into a guardrail and fleeing the scene on foot. He was caught on camera walking down the street while screaming and trying to break into at least one house. The passengers managed to escape safely. Oh, that's nice. Finally, at about 9:30 p.m., he entered a cram school while class with junior high school students was still in progress.
Oh my
When confronted by the teacher, Nishimura allegedly hit the instructor in the face with a mug, causing injuries that required several stitches. Nishimura is also said to have grabbed one of the students while she was trying to flee, but she managed to escape with only a scraped knee. Police arrived shortly after and arrested him on the spot. When questioned, he told police, "I shouldn't talk about it," leaving a very little to go on in terms of what triggered his rampage. In a subsequent investigation, police found that there were about 20 hit and runs involving either injury, death, or damage to property in Saitama City and Kawaguchi City the same evening, and are trying to see if Nishimura was involved in any or all of them. He was initially arrested for the burglary of the cram school, but will surely be facing a few dozen other charges, including but not limited to manslaughter, hit and run, assault, destruction of property, reckless driving, shoplifting, public indecency, obstruction of business, kidnapping, and attempted burglary. If found guilty of everything, the penalties should be substantial, to say the least. But some readers of the news suspect this may boil down to an insanity plea. Yeah, at a certain point, you just have to really go hard so you can get off, right? Take care, old man. This is the last article. You got the double entendre. I'm sure he must have been on some kind of drugs. The test results will come out soon. I wonder if he got naked. The video! The video! Okay. He has a neck tattoo. Uh-oh. Yakuza caught. All right. I wonder if he got naked because he thought it would get him deemed insane. I've never seen a crime like this in my life. What's happening to Japan? I don't think he would do all that if he were just drunk. I would say someone like that deserves the death penalty, but maybe he doesn't even realize what he did. I kind of hope it was because of drugs. At least it would make sense. It would be scarier if he did all that sober. I mean, he looks pretty sober to me, right? Nishimura's condition at the time is a mystery. He was reportedly calm when dealing with the police, but appeared confused when surrounded by the reporters. There were no reports of him failing a breathalyzer test on the scene, which is typically mentioned in the news for cases like this. Likewise, there was no mention of his urine testing positive for drugs either, and a full blood test might take several days. Damn. This is certainly on the side of police, or time is certainly on the side of police, since standard practice for them is to prolong his detention by nearly a month for each charge he faces while they conduct their investigation. With that alone, Nishimura could very well be locked up for quite a long time before any decision is even reached. Damn. Crazy. He was taking going commando to a whole new meaning. Yeah. There you go. All right, guys. Oh, fuck. My throat. How are you doing? I hope you don't get sick.
Try not to.
Yep. All right. Just a heads up. My son's birthday's tomorrow. And because of the illnesses, that has gotten pushed to major celebrations happening more towards next weekend.
So you don't want to have an AIDS party?
But my throat explosion that is definitely on its way might make that difficult. So just a heads up, disruption on the horizon when it comes to podcasts. Just so you know, don't be surprised if there isn't one next week, or if I'm not in it, or any of those things. For now, I hope you guys enjoyed. This was a struggle to get through, and I am probably going to not talk the rest of the week. I don't know. We'll see. Does not talking help?
It's strep throat. No.
You need to shallow throat, okay? No more deep throating for you.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go and gargle some high salt content water for the next half hour. I hope you have a wonderful week, and I will see you guys next time.
No place to hide.
The Titans come to take our lives. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar!
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless inside. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of fury.